Welcome to the big marathon stream for the holidays. I really appreciate everyone being here, whether you're watching this now, live, and I see we do have folks in the audience. Yay! Thank you, Winter Vespers, and I believe I saw Tanya Marie, although she might be lurking. Thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate this, and it means a lot to me. Here's the plan for the day. I am going to just be in here baking cookies, chatting with you, letting you know what's, just going back and forth. I'm going to make as many cookies as I can. Ska, you're there! I'm so great. I'm so glad. Oh, and Tanya Marie, you are not lurking. You are actually there. And Lori is clearly not in the stream. She's actually working today. We all know that. This is just an illusion, a very clever bot that looks like her. Anyway, thank you all for being there. I'm just going to bake as many cookies as I can go through, and then at 6 I'm going to do sort of the regular show, and we're going to, let's see, it's all for charity today. Any donations I get, anything we raise, I'm going to keep track of. And for every $100 we raise, up to $500, I'm going to add a bonus drink on the end of the show. So we've already hit the first milestone, and I've been pronouncing it wrong the whole time. It's Balthy out there, the real Balthy. Thank you so much. He donated to get us over that first $100 limit. When I did the math, if we do $375 more in donations today, first of all, that will be amazing. But second of all, I'm going to have 7 drinks tonight, so donate if you want to see me get sloshed. I'll admit one of those is one of the potential bonus drinks is my family recipe for eggnog, so it doesn't technically have to have booze in it, but yeah, we'll see. Anyway, let me grab my apron, which I forgot to put on beforehand, because we're going to be baking. And I've got a nice red shirt here, so I don't want to get flour all over it. And then I will switch here to the schedule. Now you'll see I'm not going to be putting up recipes for the cookies. I tried to do the graphics for them, and because it's baking and it has a lot more instructions to it than usual, I can't just do the usual, combine these these 3 ingredients and you've got, your thing. No, I'll read off the instructions, I'll read off the recipe and the ingredients as we go, but I don't have graphics for them. I'm sorry about that. But the first one we're going to start off today with is chocolate dipped almond horseshoe cookies. These are always one of my favorites, and I only make them at the holidays because they're kind of I don't want to say they're too much of a pain to make, but they're one of those cookies that I make certain cookies at Christmas time, and that's the only time I make them. And some of them I don't have real good reasons for. Some of them it's because that's when I've always had them, even as a kid growing up, or, what have you. Some, I kind of refuse to make them more than once a year because they're a pain in the butt. There's one I'm not going to be making today. It's called almond lace cookies. And they are basically, you make a disc of caramel with almonds in it, and while it's still hot, you have to roll it into a tube and then let it cool down just enough so it will hold that shape, and then get it off and go on to the next one before they cool into that just disc shape, and without breaking them. And I burn my fingers on those every year, so I don't even make them all the time at Christmas anymore, but when I do, they're great, but they're kind of a pain and they're really fragile, so it's hard to store them and all that. Anyway, these I really like. These I am going to start with right now. So I've taken the liberty of preheating the oven to 375, and then we are going to, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. We're going to get 7 ounces of almond paste. This is Odien's almond paste. I'm going to use 2 different kinds of almond paste in recipes today if we get to the second cookie that requires it. And the only reason I got different kinds is because this comes in a 7-ounce tube and the other one comes in an 8-ounce tube, and that's what the recipes call for. So this one calls for 7 ounces of almond paste cut into 1-inch pieces. So that's what we're going to do. And I'm going to be making this one in the food processor. And I may have to wash the food processor a couple of times today. I'm going to try and alternate between it and the stand mixer, just so that we can get more done, but I didn't think about that part when I put together my recipes for the day. But there are going to be, the reason why I'm starting with this one is that one of the things you have to do with it is after the cookies are out of the oven and cooled, you dip the ends in in melted chocolate. And the thing is, after you're done with that, you have a bunch of leftover melted chocolate, and you can use that to make some other things, which I will show you when we get there. All right. I'm just going to set this down. I've got a mat that I'm going to use later for another part of this. I'm not actually going to do this on the wooden cutting board, just because it is pretty sticky here. I'll set that over there for right now. So just cut this into a few pieces using a sharp knife. Just cuts off really easily. Just watch your fingers. How is everyone doing today, by the way? And I should also ask, make sure everything's looking and sounding okay over here. It is in the Pacific Northwest, or at least in my neck of the woods, it's actually pretty nice out there. It's cold, but it's nice. I think it was in the the upper 30s last I checked. So, all right. So we've added the 7 ounces of almond paste cut into, it says 1-inch pieces, but it's cut into a bunch of pieces. And now I'm going to add a cup of sugar to that. And you'll find that this actually makes kind of a meringue almost. I'm not sure what the technical definition of a meringue is. And I'm sorry that I could not get my canisters here in shot. The kitchen is only so big. So, but cup of sugar. Just plain C&H white sugar. Other brands are available. All right, so I am going to mix these together. Throw this away is what well, here. Yeah. Throw this away and then put the box over here to be recycled, because we're going to be doing a lot today and I'm going to have to keep this all clean. All right, so I'm going to grind this all together until it resembles sort of a fine sand. I'm going to pulse it a bit to redistribute it. And let's see. Here, let me show it to you this way. Can't really take the thing off without it being hard to put back on again. But I scooped up some of the mixture, and this is kind of what it looks like. Sort of. Let's see if I can angle it so you get some light on there. But basically, just sort of, it looks like brownish sand right now. Just sort of a, well, I would say ivory. That's what that color is ivory. All right. My hands are a little sticky from that handling that well, it's not marzipan, it is almond paste. There is a difference, and I think it has to do with the sugar content, but I'm not 100% sure. I used to know, but yeah, actually almost positive. I think marzipan has sugar in it, and marzipan has sugar in it, almond paste doesn't. And thank you for following Ron Hill 22. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. All right, so I'm just gonna mix this around a little bit, make sure everything is, it actually looks really well blended already. Nice thing with working with this. And now we are going to add in, let's see, it says gradually blend in 2 egg whites. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to separate out a couple of eggs. Now, I know there are really clever ways to do this, and I'm not that clever, so I'm just going to do it the old-fashioned way and probably mess it up. I am going to, however, save as much of the yolks as I can, because we may need them later. So, now, here's one thing about cracking eggs, and I know all the trans folks in the audience can laugh at that. So, when cracking an egg, you want to hit it against a flat surface, because if you do it against a sharp surface, it drives some of the egg shell shards inside, and makes it, it's more likely that you're going to end up with little chunks of eggshell in your food, or that you'll screw something up. However, I have always, since I was a kid, done it by just wrapping it on the side of the bowl, and I can't stop myself now. As a matter of fact, I actually have I end up doing it a lot worse if I try and do it on a flat surface. I end up just smushing the whole thing, or somehow screwing it up. But I am just, if you've never separated an egg before, you just basically get the 2 halves, and you keep passing the yolk back and forth, getting out as much of the white of the egg each time as you can. And I think that's about all I'm going to be able to get here. So I dump this into the bowl, save that for later, get rid of the shell, and of course, for those who don't know, I wash my hands a lot because I used to work in a lab, and I can't stand having anything on my hands, because that's a sign that, something bad is on it. And Tanya Marie is saying I'm a heathen for cracking my eggs the wrong way. At least I assume that's why she's saying I'm a heathen, and not just, in general. And yeah, I just can't stop myself at this point. I know I should be better. I should be better about a lot of things in life, but this is one I just can't do. All right, so I've added 1 egg yolk. I'm going to basically blend it for a little while, start mixing that in. And right now it just kind of looks like wet sand with some clumps. So, and by the way, Tanya, I know you're making your own cookies today, or at least you said you were going shopping for the supplies. If so, how's your baking going? What are you working on right now? All right, give it one more pulse here. All right, pretty well mixed in there. And I'm going to, well, now I was going to try and do it on the flat surface. I just can't. I can't bring myself to do it. I have tried it before, but I'm just much more likely to screw things up if I do that. And I don't want to do that on camera, especially since I don't have more, well, I do have a little bit more almond paste, but then I'd have to weigh it out and all that. and I am way too lazy to do that. So I prefer not to screw this up. I think that's the optimal solution, is just not to screw it up. Alright. I think that's... Alright, so that's going to be our second egg white in there. Get long, snotty columns of stuff coming down, that's okay. That can stay with the other yolk. And let me toss this over here. Also, if I had been more clever about planning the recipes I was going to do today, I would have made sure I was making stuff that could use that yolk. All right, Tanya Marie is, she's doing her baking on the weekend. Today she's making Swedish meatballs, which, wow, okay, I need to get that recipe from you because Lori is a huge fan of Swedish meatballs, and I have never made them before, so I will have to get that. Alright. So, now it is pretty much into a paste here with the addition of that second egg white. And I'm going to make sure scrape the sides here, make sure it all gets in. Just smells so much of almond right now. It's amazing. If you like almond, that is. Also, and this is only for writers, not for anyone else, but very good for covering up the smell of arsenic. Just saying. I have a lot of friends out there who are writers of one stripe or another, and they're always very big on the, if anyone ever looks at my search history, I am in a lot of trouble. So yes, clearly just for like writers and game masters and such. I'm actually going to pull off a paper towel just to set my spatula on because it's getting a little liquidy. I'm also going to put the eggs back in the fridge because we don't want them to go bad today. Alright, mix this up a little bit more. And it's still thick enough that the blender is having some problems, or the food processor is still having some problems moving it around, but it is moving it around. So I think that's probably pretty good. So here is the clever bit. First we're going to take, I've got a big bag of almonds, it's 8 ounces. They say it only takes 6 ounces of sliced almonds. I have never found that to be true with this recipe. And what you want to do is you want to grab a handful of them, and they say lightly crushed, but crush them up as much as you can because that will end up being lightly crushed. And these are sliced almonds. And I'm just going to make a big pile of them here, and you'll see why in a minute. So, oh, I did break one of the yolks. Hopefully I've got a recipe in here that calls for 2 egg yolks. Or I can just pour one of them out and keep one of them behind. Alright. So again, I'm just using the pressure in my hands to lightly crush these. And make a nice big pile of them. One more handful and then, well, yeah. And actually, in a perfect world, I would actually go for a little bit more than lightly crushed, because the more crushing you do here, the more you get coverage on the final cookie, and that will make sense in a little bit. So yeah, there we go. All right, and I haven't done the whole bag here. I'm saving some in reserve, but I will pull those out later. All right, so now I'm going to take a piece of parchment paper. I've got a cookie sheet over here. Bang. I'm making all the noise in the world. Let's see, actually maybe I can turn these sideways so you can see a little bit better. Yeah, unfortunately the way I have the camera set up, you only can see about half the kitchen, unfortunately. But I will try and get everything in here. Maybe I could tilt it down a little bit, but yeah, I'll worry about that later. So, now I'm pretty sure what I use for this is parchment paper, so if they end up sticking to it, then I'll try something else next time, but I'm pretty sure that parchment paper is the way to go. And I'm down to the end of this roll, so it's going to be a little curly at the edges. Alright, so what we're doing now is we are going to scoop all of that into a 1 quart freezer bag, and you'll see why. Basically, I'm going to use this as a low-rent piping bag, pastry piping bag. So I'm just going to scoop this all in. And it came out nice and thick this year. Sometimes it comes out really liquidy. I think that's just because whether or not, how big the bag or the eggs are that I get the yolks from, or get the whites from. Already starting off. All right. And this is how this stream is going without me having had alcohol yet. Maybe that's the problem. But I am not. As tempting as it is to make some of those mimosas I showed you earlier in the week, I think I should probably hold off a little bit. I'm just gonna put this into the dishwasher because it needs to be washed. All right. Now that that's out of there, just scoop more of this out and get it in the bag. I'm kind of using the bag to scrape off the spatula, which is good for getting off the spatula. Makes it a little bit harder to get the next batch in, but it's the best system I've got so far. And a bit more in here. I should say I'm using large eggs for this, but like I say, there's a lot of variation in how large a large egg is, and I think sometimes people sneak extra large ones in there. I don't know how they do it. If I was better prepared, I would look it up, or would have looked it up already. I'll put my crack research staff on it as soon as I've got one. All right, and that is the last of the batter. And it's really more of a batter than a dough at this point. So I'm just going to zip that up most of the way, and then I'm going to lay it flat and just kind of get as much of the air out of it as I can. Because that will make things easier. And then I will just snip off a corner of the bag. And I don't want to snip off too much. I don't know if you can see, but that's sort of see how much I cut off there. So that's about what? Maybe 3/4 of an inch, half an inch, somewhere in there. All right. And now I'm just going to use this like a piping bag to pipe I just want to pipe a straight line of this stuff. I know they're called horseshoes, but hold your horses on that. And this is about, I want to say, 2 to 3 inches long, something like that. And then I set this down onto the side, actually onto some of the almonds, so that we don't lose any of that stuff. And then I'm just going to kind of coat it, roll some of the, you're supposed to roll it in the almonds, but I've never had success with that. So I'm just going to kind of scoop them over the top. And then I'm going to take this out, put it on the parchment paper into kind of a horseshoe shape. And let's see if we can show you that. So there is number one, just right there. And so yeah, it's about an inch and a half long, about like that. And that's all there is to this part of this. And like I say, they're coming out nice and thick. Normally, I end up with them being like I say, the batter being a little on the thinner side, so they come out a little bit strange. They're a little bit thin, really, and flat. But I'm just gonna kind of repeat what I did there. And as you can see, like I say, it's taking up a little bit, or it's taking up quite a bit of these almonds. But if they had been bigger chunks, it would have left bigger gaps on there. So, and if yours does come out a little on the thin side, then you can just do 2 layers of it. That also is true as if you make the hole a little bit small on your piping bag. And I'm going to do rows of 3 here, I think. I'm a little bit worried that when this heats up, it's going to end up being, it's going to spread out a bit, but we'll see. Now, you can make these bigger. And as a matter of fact, when I first started making these, that's how I did make them a lot bigger. I made them about, I want to say, 3 or 4 inches on a side. But the thing is, first of all, that makes them more fragile, especially if they end up being thinner. And then, but the other thing is, that's a lot of cookie. So if you make them a little bit smaller, well, you end up with more of them, but you also have less of a chance of folks getting halfway through the cookie and then getting tired of it. Yeah, as Lori says, only 4 done and only about 1 billion to go. So, hey, the first step of a journey begins with 1 cookie. Or something like that. Alright. And now you see why I wanted company for this, because it's going to take a while to get all these done. So we know what Tanya's doing. What's everyone else doing today? Well, we know what Tanya and Lori are doing, I should say. Lori isn't actually here. She's actually working. But everyone else? Winter? How are you doing today? I know I think you're over on a different coast or elsewhere, so I suppose I shouldn't even reveal that much information. But how are things wherever you are? Lori says she's enjoying the company as well, while she's working on documentation, so yes. Like being back in the office, but with cookies. And Winter Vespers says that she's curled up on the sofa, and that is absolutely the right way to be. I salute you, and, well, I can't say I wish I was, also curled up on the sofa, because we are doing this for a good cause, and I'm getting to be with all you fantastic people. And again, actually, I know we don't have many folks here, but the point of this, well, there are a couple points of the charity stream, I'm not going to lie to you. The big one, though, is to raise money for Lyra LB's pro bono legal work. I think I almost sent out earlier today for talking about her pro bono work, and I was like, I should specify that it's pro bono legal work, just because there are a lot of trans ladies out there on a lot of hormones, myself included. But anyway, she is doing some fantastic work. Um, Oh, Winter Vespers says there's snow outside and temps below freezing. Yes, curl up on the sofa. Get yourself your warm drink of choice. If you have a cat nearby, or a dog, or someone to curl up with you, well, all right, a partner to curl up with you is even better. But yes, sounds like my idea of one of the most perfect days. Only tied by the idea of laying on a beach somewhere, drinking fruity tropical drinks. All right, and actually we will get to a sort of fruity tropical drink later on today, which does, and I will reiterate this at the time, it does not break my tiki drink ban. For those unaware, I have a ban on tiki drinks on the show because tiki culture is at best problematic, and I, as a random white lady, am not the one to tell you it's okay to enjoy that. So until I can get a really well done explanation or point people to someone who knows what they're talking about on the subject, I am not trying to avoid tiki drinks pretty much at all. This one, however, tonight is going to be not a tiki drink, but a Disney drink that just happens to have the word tiki in its name 5 times. But loophole, it is a Disney drink, so that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So. Okay. Just about done with this tray of them. And I'm going to probably crush up some more almonds. And yep, no, we actually, there was some talk that we were going to get more snow around here sometime. I had some friends who were going out of town and they had to change their plans because it looked like they were going to get snowed in if they went where they were going. I don't know if that meant we were going to get snow here or if they were going to get snow just where they were headed to. So I need to check that because with the holidays coming, it would be nice to be able to go to where we had planned to go. All right. So, that is the first full pan of these. Yay! All right. Wash the stuff off my hands. And then, again, have our oven preheated to 375. These go in for, now, the recipe I got, which I should probably talk about in a minute, but the recipe I got said to bake these for 15 minutes. I found that 10 minutes is plenty good and maybe even a little bit less. You want them to be just barely browned. So let's see how this does. If they get too browned, then they are not good. So I'm going to try this batch at 10 minutes, see how that goes. All right, and Ska says you've never had one, never had the one of these cookies, or sorry, I missed what you were responding to. All right, another tray of them. Get out another cheat sheet, which I should probably have done earlier, and then Ska says soft cookies are nice. These are going to be soft, but in my opinion, if they get too browned, they get overcooked. Um, the Scott has never had a tiki drink, which, so, all right, and again, I shouldn't use the word tiki because, so, uh, tiki is the name for um, both the first man in a Maori religion, I believe, and as well as of statues that are sacred to their religion. And so using it to signify, cocktail culture and all of that is kind of sacrilegious and offensive to people who've been through a lot, and also the culture just kind of trivializes their lives and otherizes them and all that. But unfortunately, that's what people know things as. I try and use tropical instead, so but that's it's slightly different. And anyway, long story short, there are a lot of different kinds of tiki drink. And they are, so some of the ones you think would be a tiki drink, like a pina colada, not actually a tiki drink. Some of the ones you wouldn't be expecting actually end up being tiki drinks. So they aren't all, big, fruity, creamy type things. But they are, so like, let's see. Now think of like a Mai Tai is a classic tiki drink. Usually they involve a lot of rum and fruit juices, and they tend to be on the sweeter side, although that's not always true. The sort of stereotypical ones though tend to be big, sweet, fruity drinks. Now nowadays you kind of, well, I don't know if you think of them as necessarily low alcohol, but back in the day, they were really high alcohol. My dad actually told me about going to like the original Trader Vic's, and there were some of the drinks there. And the idea is that the drinks were expensive, but you only needed like one or two, and that was good for the night. So they were big and they were strong and they were good. But nowadays they use cheaper ingredients, or well, a lot of tiki bars use cheaper ingredients, or less alcohol, that kind of thing. If you find a good tiki bar, they'll be more like the olden days, where they do good, strong, stiff drinks that are flavorful and interesting. So there's actually one down in Tacoma that is sort of tiki meets Lovecraft themed. I went there once with some friends, and it was really neat. I need to go there again one of these days, but Tacoma is not necessarily that easy to get to from here. Or more importantly, not that easy to get home from after you've had a few tiki drinks. Or tropical drinks. Strong drinks, let's say. For some reason, Seattle has not had... Well, Seattle's got a lot of great bars, but not that style of bar. And unfortunately, a lot of the good bars around here did not survive the pandemic. My favorite one here in town, unfortunately, was one of the ones that did not make it, which makes me very sad. This place, I had a birthday party there, sort of, and they had an upstairs with a bunch of sort of coffee tables with sofas and big comfy chairs around them, and it looked over the rest of the bar if you were right up against the railing there. And a friend of mine ran a game for me while we were sitting there ordering good food and good drinks, and uh, it was. Now I know that the folks there didn't necessarily know what we were doing, but they were such a good wait staff that someone rolled a dice. It may have been me. I honestly don't remember. Someone rolled a dice and it went over the edge of the balcony, landed behind the bar, and they not only picked it up and brought it back up to us, they told us what it had rolled. So that is the kind of wait staff you want in your bar. That is service. Needless to say, they got incredible tips that day. We did that a couple more times there too, but it was always a great place. And they had they had bartenders who knew what they were doing. All right. Let's see. And Scott says, "Awesome, play it as it laid." Yeah, that we did. We I can't remember even what it rolled, but we took that as the result. So let's see. I want to say we were playing leverage because I know that must have been it, because I know that my friend Lucas ran that for me a couple of times. And I ran something for his birthday there, I believe. Or it might have been for Lori. I think I ran something for Lori's birthday. So. Alright. So, I'm getting down to the end of what I can squeeze out here. I'm going to get more. Basically I'm going to just move all of the remaining dough around here in just a second. And so all I'm going to do with that is lay it on a flat surface, and I'm going to make sure that the end is not going to get the batter, dough, whatever we're calling it, all over everything. I'm just using the back of my hand, or you can use any flat, hard surface to basically press the rest of it from the top of the bag down to the bottom, and then from the side without the hole in it to the side with the hole in it. And then you'll get quite a bit more out of it. And maybe it's because there wasn't as much egg white this time. I remember this making a few more than 2 dozen, but apparently this recipe makes 2 dozen. So that's about what we're getting out of this. Alright, and alright. Sorry, just checking to see anyone else chatting today. Let's see. We have to. So, I hope Lori doesn't mind my saying that she is not a fan of needles. Oh, so wait a minute. I'll take this out, or at least check on them. Oh, yeah, I think those are looking pretty good, actually. So, here is how they look coming out of the, hold on there, how they look coming out of the oven. So yeah, 10 minutes looks like it's just about perfect for that. And I am just going to move them over onto a wire cooling rack on the parchment paper for now. I'm going to let them cool before I try and take them off of there. So anyway, what I was trying to say before I was so rudely interrupted is that Laura's not a big fan of needles, and so I often go with her and prepare a monologue to say while she's getting any shots or blood drawn or that kind of thing. And I should have prepared some monologues for today. All right. Although I have to say, so if I do end up getting Twitch affiliate status out of all of this, there are a bunch of benefits that I get that I can, one of them is that I can start getting tips through Twitch, which is nice. I can also, you get bits, or as a lot of the streamers I see insist on calling them biddies. And you also get the ability to put emotes out there that your followers can use. And if you subscribe, you can use them, or in general, I think you can use them on my channel, and otherwise you can use them on anyone's channel if you've subscribed to my channel. And there are ways to get gift subscriptions and all that. Anyway, one of the other things, though, is basically, I think there's a way that you start earning points of some sort that are specific to that channel, and everyone calls them different things. One streamer I saw called them lesbians. Another one, well, some of them get a little bit saucy. Anyway, other people just call them points. So once you start earning those, you can redeem them for various things. Standard ones are just unlocking an emote for you to use even if you're not subscribed or stuff like that. But, I'm going to put this in the oven. Here, another 10 minutes. Other folks have, like some DJs have, you can redeem to make the DJ take a shot, or redeem to make folks, the DJ wear sunglasses while they play. Oh, Cassandra, nice to see you. Cassandra says, why did I never think of moving the cookies on the parchment before? It's just, it makes a lot of sense because they stay so soft when they're, at first, that just trying to get them off before then. So I usually have, let's see if I can turn this so you can see it a little bit better. There we go. I have 2 racks over here. Usually I move from the cookie sheet to the first rack on the paper. Then when it's cooled enough, I move from the, I did not set the timer here. Shoot. Right. I then move from the parchment paper onto the second cooling rack. And then when they cool down even further, I stack them up so I have more room on the rack. So that's kind of how I've got things set up. All right. And actually, I'm just going to leave it more at this angle here because since we've got pretty much all of that done, and wow, I actually crumbled up more almonds than I needed. That's the first time that has ever happened making this recipe. So you guys are all, I should say, you folks are all very good luck for me. This is, I think, so far the best these turn out. Cassandra just did chai snickerdoodles with her mom over the weekend, and that would have made it so much easier. First of all, chai snickerdoodles sound amazing. Oh, and by the way, if I get anyone's pronouns or mispronounce anyone's name, please let me know because I want to get that right. So, and I'm sorry, I was just correcting for an inadvertent Dutch angle there. So yes, please correct me if I get any of that wrong. Uh, I'm trying to be good. I have a brain like a sieve, so all right. All right. Yes. Where was I? Um, right. Have that set up. We'll take those off. So the next step with all this is to dip them in chocolate, which is of course the best part of it. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to take standard pot, and I'm going to put some water in that in just a second. And then, sorry, I'm going to have to go out of camera here. I'm still here for anyone just suddenly tuning in and seeing a empty kitchen. Metal bowl. So I'm going to put not even an inch of water in here. And I'm going to put it on a small burner and turn it up. And I'm going to turn it to high just at first so that it starts getting hot fast, because I need to boil that water. And what this is the cheap version of a double boiler. It's just, water heating up the bowl. The reason I do this is because if you get chocolate too hot, it breaks down. To keep it simple, it breaks down and it does not turn out well. But because the steam is heating up the pan and not the burner itself, it can only get as hot as water boils, and that temperature is just right for melting chocolate. And Cassandra says you got the name right. Pronouns are she, her, and she will post the recipe to a Discord that I have access to, so I am very excited about this. All right, I am now. Oh wait, I moved the chocolate chips over here. All right, so into that I am adding a bag of Nestle semi-sweet morsels, because this size melts really well in a pan. And now the recipe calls for 10 ounces of bittersweet or semi-sweet chocolate, and this is 12 ounces. And the reason why I'm doing that, I will explain when we get there. Let's see. Trying not to cut myself. I suppose I have scissors right there I could have used. But it just looks so much more butch if I do it with the knife. Alright. So, just pour all that in there, and it will, as the pan heats up, it will start melting. I'm going to get out a spatula. And I will move those around a bit just to evenly distribute them. And let's see, are these ready to come off? Alright. I am going to use a thin metal spatula to pull those off of the parchment paper. Because, yep, and then they're coming off. They're still a little soft. At least the ones that are a little lighter in color are. But they're coming off and keeping their shape, which is what we really want. Now the one problem, which folks who are more clever than I, have just realized, is that I've put that pot and the chocolate right where the next pan of cookies is going to come out, and where I want to set it to get it onto the cooling rack. So that is a problem for future Dana. She will deal with that then. Also, I am so glad that you made it, Cassandra. I'm so glad that everyone has made it. Thank you all. And actually, oh, no. So I'm getting steam around the edges. You do not want water in your chocolate. That will ruin it instantly. So I'm going to turn it down so it's hot but not steaming. Fortunately, this bowl has a nice lip on it, so it's not, none of the steam is getting into it. But you know, worst comes to worst, a drop will drop from the, it'll collect on the microwave and drip in there, in which case it will not only be gross, but also will ruin the chocolate. Azure Dragon, hi! Azure Dragon has to teach a workshop soon, but figured she'd pop in for a few. Welcome, thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it. And while this is all heating and cooling and doing all of that stuff and baking and that, I am going to once again shill for the fund we're raising money for today, which is, I'm going to put this in chat, which is Lyra LB's pro bono legal work. She is an amazing lawyer in the Atlanta area, and she spends a lot of her time taking pro bono cases, both to help, you know, trans folks in need, but also just helping homeless and anyone who needs help. So we're raising money for her today. If for every $100 we raise, I am up to $500. I need to make that clear because I know everyone in the audience is incredibly generous. But for every $100 up to $500, I'm going to add an extra drink onto the end of tonight's stream. So we've already hit the first milestone for that. So thank you all very much. Actually, thank you, the real Bolthy, who is the one who funded that. I will already tell you that I asked him last night what he wanted for me to make for that bonus drink, and out of the ones that I had already typed up. And we are going with hot buttered rum for that. So hot buttered rum added onto the list. All right. So, and also, I'm going to be I normally don't ask for tips and all that. Today I'm pushing this because we're doing it for a good cause. If you can't afford to, there's absolutely no pressure. Take care of yourself, take care of your loved ones, do what you need to do to keep body and soul together. But if you can afford to donate, it would be really appreciated. I and Lyra would really appreciate it. And by the way, I've talked with her a few times since the first of these holiday week streams, and I still have not gotten a proper pronunciation of her name. So at this point, I'm thinking it's on her. All right, so when I realized I had not set the timer, I set it for 9 minutes. It may need another minute here. Yeah, I'm gonna give it another couple seconds. Also, this is still a little higher than I want, so I'm just gonna turn it down to a low at this point. And I am stirring around the chocolate. You want to wait until everything is smooth and there are no lumps left. And the lumps will likely be at the top, and you just put the warmer chocolate from the bottom over the cooler chocolate at the top until all the lumps go away. If you do that for a while and you still have lumps in there, that either means that your chocolate is old and has absorbed atmospheric water, in which case you'll usually see some like white on the surface or lighter color on the surface. But otherwise, it might also mean that some water has somehow gotten into your chocolate. All right. Yes. Okay. So yes. Anyway. Oh, no, these are probably done. There we go. Perfect. Maybe a little bit darker than I intended, but all right. I'm going to just set the whole thing on the rack for about 10 seconds. Actually, no, I'm just going to go ahead and try this. All right, so I'm going to go over the top here. There we are. All right, and now I want this pan to cool down quickly, because what we're going to do is I'm going to take some wax paper and put it on the one that didn't just come out of the oven. And the plan is to basically take the cookies that have cooled down, dip them in the chocolate, put them on the wax paper, and then stick them in the refrigerator to cool down. And we're only going to dip, I hate to say this with so many Anyway, we're just going to dip the tips of the horseshoes in the chocolate. Um, so make of that what you will. All right, and the thing is, the almonds are on there pretty well. They're literally baked in, but they will, some of them will come off in there. That's okay. Don't worry about it. It happens. So, I'm actually going to switch the order of these cooling racks here. And let's see. I have literally backed myself into a corner here. I'm just going to set the pan. Actually, no, I can set it over here on the oven. And I'm going to turn off the oven right now because I haven't figured out what cookie we're going to bake next. Actually, before I start dipping these, that's a question for you all. All right, so I'm going to do one thing with this afterwards just because that's the order that it goes in that makes sense. But after that, there are 4 different options for the next cookie that I bake. And I'd like to hear what would you all like to have me make? So I can either do toffee squares, butter crunchin, butterscotch shortbread, or cinnamon diamonds. So discuss amongst yourselves and then take a vote. In the meantime, I am going to dip one end of this in and then set it down on the pan. And I'm going to see if I can get one that has the ends nicely separated. One of the things with these horseshoes is that they do kind of bake together. There we go. So you can see I'm just getting sort of the tips of these. Only about, I would say, half an inch to 3/4 of an inch, maybe an inch, if I'm feeling really chocolatey with them. And the thing is, they're not going to spread anymore, so I can actually get them really close together, or you can actually do them on top of each other. Here, let me show you. Just to try and get both pans on one page. So on one tray. So just like that, because the chocolate's not really going to go anywhere. And I have, however, gotten molten chocolate on my finger, but it's not that hot, fortunately. And you want to stick them in, and then shake off as much of the chocolate as you can. And then when you set it down, if you move them at all, try and move them forward, because that will push the chocolate back. Yes, Lori, of course, wants butterscotch shortbread, which she is saying in all caps and with lots of exclamation marks. Winter Vespers, however, agrees. So butterscotch shortbread is one of Lori's favorite cookies ever, and I only make it around Christmas and maybe for her birthday these days. And that's because we shouldn't have that much shortbread in our we shouldn't have as much shortbread in our lives as Lori would like us to have. But we can certainly do that next. Well, second to next anyway, because like I say, I'm going to do something after this that will sort of take up the next. Basically, I'm going to use up the rest of this chocolate. I think is the best way to put it. And actually, I can explain that while I am dipping the rest of these. So there are a lot of cookies. And I use the word cookie loosely. They're more almost candies that are just things that happen to be in melted chocolate. And, well, melted chocolate at one point and then solidified. And so one of the ones that I always do I think is just called noodle clusters. For a while I thought it was called tingalings, then I thought it was haystacks, but it turns out tingalings are basically like Cheerios or other breakfast cereal, maybe with some nuts in chocolate. And then haystacks are basically the same thing as noodle clusters, but in butterscotch or other similar, other light-colored confectionery. And I never peeled these off of the parchment, but I think I can just do it by hand at this point. Let these cool down a bit. Anyway, so because I am, and they are a little soft on the bottom still. Right, here it is. Because I'm going to have all this chocolate left over. I am just going to use it up by adding some peanuts and some chow mein noodles, those really dried, Americanized chow mein noodles, into the chocolate, and then take them out in little clumps and cool them off, and that is a nice little cookie or candy or whatever you want to call it. So, all right. So I let those cool down a little bit. Let me get rid of this parchment paper. Anyone else have? So far, we only have those two votes. Oatsy. All right. Lori says all of our friends love the butterscotch shortbread, and we've given explanations before. Azure Dragon says, do you use regular flour for shortbread? Yes, I do. I use unbleached regular flour. It's perfectly fine. At least for this recipe. I don't know how authentic this recipe is. I've made regular shortbread before. Seems to turn out fine with regular flour. I'm not honestly sure what other flour I would use. Tanya Marie suggests that I could bring some of these for a cookie exchange. I will do so, and I did so last year. You got some. Let's see, Winter Vesper, high fives, Lori. Let's see, Azure Dragon says, if we were closer, I'd trade you pot stickers for some baked goods. I know, I'm looking at all of the folks on some of the Discords trading around Christmas goods and all that. I wish I could participate, but we're just a little too far away. So, yeah, no, Tanya has actually organized our local cookie exchange, and we did it last year, and it turned out really well, so we're going to do it again, which means I need to get the rest of it. This is not even all of my holiday baking that we're going to do today. This is just some of it. So I am going to have to get cracking this weekend so I have everything done by the time that happens. All right, so get back to dipping here. And if you're thinking that my Christmas baking is excessive, you are absolutely right. When I was a kid growing up, my mom always made 7 or 8 different kinds of cookies every year for Christmas, and that's where I learned it from, and I can't stop doing it now, because it's just, I don't know, it doesn't seem like Christmas if you don't have, a plate of about 8 different kinds of cookies there. It is the best. So I'm going to make the ones I listed for you here. I don't know how many of those we're going to get today. I'm going to make sugar cookies, but sugar cookies are boring to watch me make because it's just me. Well, I'm not sure how exciting this is, but it would just be me making one kind of cookie, punching it out into the shapes, and then spending the rest of the day frosting it, and going crazy because I don't have enough of one kind of frosting to finish it up, and then I have to get the decorations for the different cookies and so on. They're pretty at the end, but when you start, they're not that exciting to watch. All right, now I have to find a place in the refrigerator which you're not going to get a glimpse at, to store these. That is, of course, the big problem with cooling this chocolate stuff, is that it is, the refrigerator is always full at this time of year. All right, so yeah, so I'm gonna probably do some more. I'll do the sugar cookies, and I guess, well, so if I have the 6 that I had listed off, including the ones I'm just making, those sugar cookies, that's probably good for the year, but we'll see how many I get done. I might also do, I don't know what else I'll do. Actually, so, by the way, I thought I mentioned much earlier that I would tell you about this recipe a little bit and where I got it from. This is a printout of Christmas cookies and candies that I got from my mom ages and ages ago. You can see it is stained. It is, had water dripped on it. It's had stuff crossed out and added. This is where the microwave peanut brittle that I made for Halloween comes from. Oh, that's what I have to make, because I have to make more peanut brittle. That's another one of Lori's favorites. But those are all Christmas cookie recipes, and I've added to the pile of them. But I have no idea where any of these came from. They're just all recipes that my mom had that, she taught me how to make at one point and then gave me the recipes for. So, all right, finish up the last 2 of these. One other thing you can do with your leftover chocolate, and it's something I always used to do, but I always ended up with a ton left over at the end of the year, and that is get dried fruit and just dip half of the dried fruit in the chocolate. Dried apricots work really well for that. They're basically hand shaped. They're really nicely designed. You want them as dry as possible, but it's dried apricot in chocolate is really nice, really easy to do, and like I say, it's good for using up leftover melted chocolate. I've done everything from dried pineapple to dried apples to everything I could get my hands on, to mango, and it's all really easy to do. It all tastes. It depends on what you like in terms of dried fruit, but the problem is it is so easy to do that I always make way too much of it, and then at the end of the year, people are just done eating it, and I end up throwing a bunch out. So I've stopped making it. But the noodle clusters and that sort of thing is always welcome. And don't let me discourage you from doing dried fruit in chocolate. Just be restrained until you know folks like it. I recommend using semi-sweet chocolate because that contrasts nicely with the sweetness of the dried fruit. If you go to milk chocolate, which Lori prefers, actually she prefers white chocolate, which I have done before, but I don't know. It was not as popular as I thought it would be. But if you go to milk chocolate, then it's too sweet on its own, and the whole thing ends up a little too sweet. All right. So Tatia says it is a well-loved recipe. Yes, it is. I think I've got all of these copied down into the family cookbook I'm putting together, but yeah, I've got some recipes from my mom that are on dot matrix printer paper. All right, so all of our horseshoes have been dipped in chocolate. I am now going to take these store brand chow mein noodles, come in a bag, and store brand cocktail peanuts. You can get them with the skin on or without. I like them without the skin for this because I think the skin just gets caught in the back of your throat. You don't need the skin on them. And if I remember right, and I'm actually going to look this up because it will give me a chance to show off this book here. I believe I know it's I think it's 2 parts chow mein noodles to 1 part peanuts, roughly. This is Betty Crocker's cookie book. And this is literally, this is the cookbook that I learned to cook from. Um, when I was a kid, and my mom, I wanted to help out in the kitchen, or my mom just wanted to teach us how to cook. Um, you can see here at the bottom of the pages, it has pictures of the cookies, and this, let's see, let me find one of the nice full color, yeah, has pictures like this in it. And she would say, pick out the cookie you want to make, but you have to help me make them. And so we would, and if she had the ingredients on hand, we would make them. And this is the 1963 edition, I believe, and the first edition. And I love this cookie book. They came out with a new version, which I also have, which is where the butterscotch shortbread recipe is. But I love this cookbook. I looked for it forever, and we were living in California at the time, but we were up in Seattle visiting, and we were wandering around the University District and darted into a used bookstore to look around. I thought, I'll take a look for it again, and they had a copy of it. And it was not as cheap as it used to be, but I looked it up. I bought it instantly because I couldn't not have this cookbook in my life. And then and I used it for years and years. And then when my mom passed away, I got the original the original book that I actually learned from. So it is one of my treasured possessions. So, all right. And it has some fun things in it, like, let's see, where does it start here? It has the best cookies of various decades, and I believe it starts in the 1800s. Yeah, it starts in 1880 to 1890, which is, I think, when Betty Crocker kind of got their start, but I don't recall on that. All right, anyway, I should focus on what I'm actually doing. If you can find a copy of this book, though, they did a reprinting. I think that's right. I found my copy in a used bookstore, and then they came out with a reprint of it like the next year. So there are reprints of the 1963 edition of the Betty Crocker Cookie Book around. All right. So if we were using the whole thing, which calls for 12 ounces of chocolate, which is what I started with. We'd use a cup of peanuts and 1 to 2 cups of chow mein noodles. I'm going to do a lot less than that. I'm going to try and do 50-50, or sorry, 2 parts chow mein noodles to 1 part peanuts, and I'm just going to eyeball it. There are even a few leftover almonds pieces in there, and that is fine too. And I'm going to add this a little bit at a time because I want to make sure there's enough chocolate in there to cover all of this. And I should be stirring. Why is this not opening? There we go. I should be stirring this a lot more than I am because otherwise it will start drying out a little bit. But all right, and I know you're not going to be able to see this. I wish I had a camera over the stove that I could use, but unfortunately our technology budget is not that high at the moment. So maybe in another couple of months I'll do a charity stream to get us better cameras, larger kitchen, so on and so forth. All right, add a few more noodles and a few more peanuts. And you kind of want to have enough in there, and I actually I like peanuts, so I'm probably putting more than 2 to 1 in there. But you want everything to be as coated as possible, and basically when you start running out of chocolate to coat everything, or when you start stirring it and things aren't completely covered, that's when it's time to start scooping stuff out. So All right, and let's see. Oh, Cassandra says, yes, my great grandmother had that as well. It is an amazing book, and I recommend it. I have bought it for people who have kids. If you ever want your kid to like cooking, this is an amazing way to do it. Really, I would not know how to cook as well as I do if it weren't for that book. Well, and my mom, but all right. As your dragon's going, bye. Have fun, she says, and you should have fun too. Enjoy your class. She's giving. So Azure Dragon gives amazing anime art programs. She teaches at schools and such. Absolutely amazing. Azure Dragon, if you're still there and you want to put out a blurb on where people can find out about your classes and such, please do. Otherwise, if you see this on YouTube, go ahead and put it in the comments. But she amazing artist. She does various cat calendars every year, and they are always really neat and really fun. All right, so I'm going to make one of these, and then I'll show you what it looks like here. All right. So, if you can see that there, it is just a little lump of those noodles and peanuts covered in chocolate. But the thing is, you want to make them relatively small, otherwise you have to take it in 2 bites, and it's, then you get chocolate all over your hands, and it's kind of a mess. If you can make them roughly 1 bite, so you want the noodles to be going roughly the same way, but in kind of a haystack shape, and the peanuts not all over the place, and just, about as much as you feel like you could fit in your mouth. All right. Actually, I'm going to turn the water off, or the hot water off under that chocolate, and just so it kills the steam a little bit. All right, and all I'm doing is scooping the chocolate and noodles and such onto the same pan I'm using to cool everything else with. Come on. All right, and a little bit more on that one. And then I'm going to stick them in the fridge. That's all there is to it. Another one of the ones that's, it's good tasting, but, and it's not really complicated to make, but it's, just kind of a little time consuming to get it done. And to get them all shaped right and the right size and all that. All right. And obviously these are not going to spread as they cool, but you do want them to not touch, otherwise instead of 2 smaller ones you get 1 big one. And all right. And you can do some bigger ones if you want. People with bigger mouths, like your hostess for today here. All right, my mouth isn't necessarily big, it's just loud. All right. So it sounds like we're doing butterscotch shortbread next. Any other dissenters? And I'm not trying to talk you out of it. I just am mostly giving Lori kind of a hard time over it. So, and then Cassandra says she's lurking, leaving us in the background, but she's got to get back to work. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you very much for lurking. Don't worry about it. If you folks out there, if you have to lurk, that's great. I love interacting with you, but I really appreciate, honestly, just getting the numbers up for the stream will not only help me because I'm trying to get affiliate status, but also make it, as far as I can tell, the way the Twitch algorithm works is the more people are watching a stream, even if they're, I think it's the more people watching and interacting, the more likely you are to show up on the stream, on the, basically on the search. And then, I dropped one here. Well, here. Don't worry, I washed the top of the stove before this all started. Um, anyway, the more folks that are here, the more likely you are to show up in search. And also, if you're an affiliate, you're more likely to show up and things like that. But just you being here is helping more people, giving us a better chance of people discovering what we're doing, and that means potentially more donations for Lyra's charity, and or not. I don't think it's officially a charity, but her GoFundMe, which will help her help more people and such. And there are a lot of people, especially at this time of year, who are in a bad place and could use a good lawyer. And that's what she is doing, and that's why I wanted to help her out. So, ooh, those two are touching. Let's stop that. All right. Oh, first time chat from Sonia Burge. Oh, I'm so glad you came on. She has to go get kids. So actually, I'm sorry, Sonia. I forget your pronouns right now. But they have to go get kids, so they can't watch. But gonna keep me open and lurk and until they have to go mod. Love you much. I love you too. Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. Hope you're enjoying the stream. All right. Yes, I'm really grateful that we've had so many people here today. I've never done something like this before. This is, my first stream raising money for anything. It is my first stream during the day. It is my first, it's the first of a lot of things for me. So I had no idea how it was going to turn out. I really appreciate you being all here to make it all work. It's, all the donations we've gotten so far, all the people just showing up for the shows. Honestly, with the mini episodes, I thought that I was going to, come on, there would be no one in the chat, I do them, be done in 5 or 10 minutes, and then call it a night, and, and that would be it. And you folks have shown up, and I cannot tell you how grateful I am. That it's just amazing and affirming, and I appreciate you all so, so very much. All right. Also, we are an hour and a half into this stream, and I am already, my voice is my voice is already, it's always a little on the scratchy and questionable side, so I'm not sure that's anything to judge this by. So I think it's more me. Oh, I know what I was talking about earlier. The ADHD meds have not kicked in, that's for darn sure. But one thing I was thinking about doing, remember I mentioned that there are points that you will be earning if I get to affiliate status and all that. Well, one of the things that I was thinking about doing is, like, if you spend a certain number of points, instead of having the lights turn a certain color, or me having to cook in the dark, or take a shot of something nasty, something like that, I was going to have, I give a handy housewife tip, or if you spend a lot of points, a story from my past, or something like that. But I'm going to have to make up lists of those and see, because every so often, I'll be reminded of something. I'll be like, oh yeah, I have done some kind of cool things in my life. So, and some of them are amusing to hear. Others, not so much, but you roll the dice, you take your chances. All right. So as I'm getting down to the bottom of the pan here, I'm starting to see that there's some extra chocolate in there. Oh, Sonia Birch, any pronouns as I'm pangender, and see you soon. See you soon. Okay, thank you. And yes, if I mess up anyone's pronouns, please correct me. If I mess up your name, please correct me. I am notoriously bad at both those things, especially since a lot of folks I have seen in person, but I was realizing the other day that there are folks out there whose names I've only ever seen in print, and I know how I pronounce them in my head, but I do not know how you want them pronounced. So, especially if they are an unusual spelling, which we all have to do to get the username we want. So, all right. I have had some very unusual spellings of usernames in the past, which I will not go into now. All right. So just stirring this back in. Added a few more noodles and a few more peanuts. And yeah, there was a nice cache of just pure chocolate at the bottom. And actually, I may add a few more. And that's the thing. I probably have a higher ratio of noodles and peanuts to chocolate than was originally intended. But I tend to like a lighter hand on the chocolate in these. Not because the chocolate's bad. I think there's just plenty of chocolate, and the flavor of the peanuts comes through a little bit more. It's not like the dried chow mein noodles had much flavor to begin with, but I think there's plenty of chocolate, and the noodles are really there for the texture. So all right, that looks like a good level of coverage there. And when Vesper says, common point redemption I've seen is a call for viewers to post a pronoun. Yes, and if I've actually seen folks just ask for that. I don't think I'm going to make folks ask or spend their points, but if folks think that's a good idea, I'm certainly open to it. And in case you did not know, I use she, her pronouns, and it's pronounced Queen of No Pants. Nothing unusual there. I'm not trying to trick you. And let's see. And because we're up in the Northwest, it's 2:30 and it's already starting to look like it's getting dark outside. It gets dark early up here. There was something someone posted the other day that was basically European, North American cities at certain altitudes, and their European counterpart, they're replaced with European counterparts that are the same latitude. Just a second. There's a pronoun plugin, Cassandra says. Oh, sorry, I'm hearing Lori in the other room, and I thought she said my name there. So Cassandra, you can't. I don't think you can post links, but if you can whisper it to me, I will get to it in a bit. So anyway, this is what the haystacks look like, just a tray of them, along with some of the last of the horseshoe cookies. And thank you very much for doing that. I appreciate it, Cassandra. All right, so I'm going to put these in the fridge now and let them cool. And they do have to cool for a while. I'm going to just see if I can find a place where I can put them. Yes, they fit there. All right. However, now we are uh, out of cookie sheets. I only own two because we have a very small house. And we do, however, have a jelly roll pan, which is not ideal because it takes up a lot more space, but I might be able to transfer the wax paper from one to the other once one of the first pans is cool. So, and we don't have a ton of these left, but I'm going to just finish them up. And, all right. And if that... Alright, actually I'm going to take a second to get Cassandra's link for folks. Here we go. Oh. So, oh, okay. That it looks like that's something for me to add, or is that something for folks to add to their own server or their own browser so they can use it? And thank you for following Rich Ruffer. I hope I'm pronouncing that correct. Please correct me if I'm not. Thank you very much for joining me and for following. I really appreciate it. Oh, and also, as long as I'm over here, I'm going to take a moment and post a bunch of emoji because I can. If I can find them now. I watch I watch a lot of Twitch DJs and such on my desktop, and so my tablet here does not have all of the good emotes already saved to it. There. That's a few of them anyway. I'll do more later. Got to get back to the actual cooking, the thing you're actually here for, and the thing that people on YouTube later will see. Cassandra drops, oh, I love those. She dropped a bunch of various pride flag hearts with sparkles on them and everything. Those are fantastic. I love them. If you have any good emoji, please post them in there. I have to think of ones. I'm not going to be able to get animated ones. You have to be at a higher rank than I'm going to get for this to do that. But I am definitely going to have at least a trans pride flag emoji. And I'll have to think of what else to do. If you have any suggestions, maybe a crown because I'm Queen of No Pants or something like that. So funny story, when I picked the name, there's a story behind the name, and maybe that will be one of the redeems, one of the stories I tell in the redeem. But I looked all around, I didn't really see anyone using that name. Turns out someone did have it on Twitter, but I've got it pretty much everywhere else, and it looks like while they do some streaming, they mostly use it for giveaways and that kind of thing, or to try and get giveaways and that sort of thing. So I hadn't really thought much about it. The other day, I was responding to, I think it was Peter Sagal, actually, who's, if you listen to NPR, you probably know who he is. He does a comedy quiz show on there called Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. He's also a runner, distance runner, and just generally excellent writer, and I think he's written plays and that sort of thing. Anyway, just generally funny guy and very interesting, all that. I was responding to his post saying he was looking for people on Post, which is one of the new social media sites that's out there. And I was like, oh, I made a thing because I thought it would be cool if Peter Sagal followed me. And of course I had used Queen of No Pants as my username because I've been trying to use that for all of them now. And the person with the Queen of No Pants account on Twitter said, "Hey, you're not me." I was like, "That's what I said when I saw your account for the first time." And she just laughed about it. So fortunately, there's no hard feelings there. At least I hope. I hope there are no hard feelings. Maybe if she ever sees one of my streams, there will be hard feelings. I'm letting down the name or something. But it was nice to see that neither of us were mad about it. So rare that happens on the internet. All right. So getting down towards the end of this, and so the other thing is, you'll see I'm getting another full pan of these noodle clusters here. So that's why I don't make a whole batch of them anymore. This is plenty, and it's just using up the last of the chocolate from the horseshoes, which in theory is about 2 ounces of chocolate, and it's going to be more than the two of us should have in the house. So, which is one of the reasons why cookie exchanges are so nice. Alright. Also, with these, if you find that the noodles are too long for your taste, you can always break them up before you put them in here. I kind of like the shape, sort of modern art look to the noodles poking out and all that. Gives a very, was it no deed of honor is memorialized here look to it. And if you don't get that reference, I can explain, but also, I'm not sure. I think that there may be a lag in what I'm seeing with, or what you're seeing with what I'm saying. There was an option when I first set things up that was like, low lag between what you're saying and what people are seeing, and I went with that. And I think that it was something I set up in OBS, which is the software I use to stream. And when I switched to, when I do it on my desktop or with this new tablet, I have not seen that option come up again. So it may have reset to the more lag version. Let's see. By the way, another thing you can do with this is just put in the nuts for nut clusters, and either just dish them up the way I'm dishing these up, or you can scoop them into a paper-lined mini muffin tin. So, Winter Vesper says, personally, I'm not seeing a lag, so that's good. Good. Yeah, maybe any lag is just on my brain's part, so. Alright. Getting down to the last few of these, and then we will go on to the next. And were it just me in here, I might try and scrape these last little bits of chocolate onto some noodles and some peanuts, but you guys have had to suffer watching me scoop this stuff up for far too long already. So I am just going to pour that there. Since this is literally just had steamed water in it, we can put it away after it cools down. It's actually theoretically cleaner than when we started. All right, and then I'm going to see if that first batch has cooled down enough yet. It has. So I'm going to put those away and do a little bit of moving around of stuff in places and things. As I said, those jelly roll pans do not work real well in the fridge. So I'm just going to take these. And these, by the way, the chocolate's gotten a little more matte. Sorry, this way. A little more matte on there, but otherwise, we're just gonna peel those off and put them in a container. And let me figure out which container I'm gonna use. Let's see. We've only got 2 dozen. Now I'll put them in these. Oh. And yes, there's lots of crashing and rattling sounds as I get things out. There we go. Normally I'd have a lot of this sort of queued up over on the kitchen table over there, but you may have noticed in this week of streaming that I've not been using the back camera on my tablet to show drinks and things, and that is because the kitchen table is, well, it's a mess. And there are unwrapped presents for folks who theoretically could be watching this stream, so I'm certainly not going to put it there, or put it on the stream. And also, it's just, as I said, a colossal mess right now. Alright, so all I'm doing here is, here, I should switch this around so you can kind of see. Here, let me turn the camera back a bit. And I don't know if that actually helped any. Here. Scoot this back. Alright, but all I'm doing is sort of peeling these off the wax paper and putting them in the container. And these are actually sticking. Kind of wondering if there's something on this cookie sheet here, but nothing on the top of the wax paper. I'm just saying it looks like there might have been some water or grease or something underneath, although water should be boiling off. And again, I'm just alternating the direction that these go, so if they do get warmed up a little bit, the chocolate won't stick to itself. So, let's see. Another thing you can do is, and actually, why don't I do that here? You can actually take strips of the wax paper and sort of tear them off and lay them between layers so that they do not stick to each other. And of course, be careful not to touch the chocolate if you can, because the heat from your hands will warm it up and melt it a little bit. And I probably used too big of a container for these, but I think what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to put them all on one side of the container and then use the other side for the I keep wanting to call them tinglings, the noodle clusters, and that way I can just stick them all in the fridge together and take up less space. And that should work just fine. Alright. I think there was maybe a little oil in the pan. That's fine. Alright. I'm just pulling some of these off so I can tear off another strip of this stuff. Should probably at least brush off this pan anyway. Alright. Alright. Okay, that is the first batch. The other batch is still cooling. So I'm going to take this off. I'm going to clean things up a little bit here. And I'm now going to move this wax paper onto here because it will fit better into the fridge. And this is clean, so I can just put it away because all it's done is cut wax paper. Alright, this will now go into the fridge. The other one's still cooling, as I said, so I'm going to take a minute to clean up a bit, and then we will get started on the butterscotch shortbread. Before I start moving stuff around, I apparently have some chocolate on my fingers from cleaning things up, or from, I don't know what I touched, but I touched something with melted chocolate on it. Alright, so these go in the fridge, and now we have even less space in our fridge. Alright, somebody around here is going to have to start drinking some more of these half-finished bottles of white wine. I guess I'll have to be the one to throw myself on that hand grenade. Alright. There we go. And then put the wax paper away because we are done with that. Alright. Put the Cuisinart on the bottom. I'm tempted to run this just because I think we're going to need to use it again, and that would save me hand washing it. Maybe I'll start it up and see if it's too loud for folks or if you can hear it. It's a pretty quiet dishwasher, I have to say. So I'm going to just load it up as best I can. And let's see, yeah. I have a peanut stuck on there. Get that off. All right. Just tidying up. This is, you won't see this on many Twitch streams, I'll tell you what. Middle-aged trans lady cleaning up a kitchen. That's a rare sight to see. Right, I'm just going to toss the rest of these almonds, unfortunately. Really thought there would be more of them. Alright, and then that'll go in here. This is prime viewing. You'll remember the day you saw this. Or probably not. I probably won't remember the day you saw this. Alright. Tanya Marie volunteers to help with the wine. And Winter Vesper says it's all part of good cooking. The cleaning up. Yes, I assume. And Tanya, I would, but the only time we have to start getting together more often, because the only time we ever see each other is when we go to, or when I can make it to trivia night, and then they frown on you bringing your own wine, or so I hear. So, all right. Let me need to get more dishwashing detergent here. Do I have everything? Yep. Okay. Let me know if the dishwasher starts getting too loud for you. If it does, I can just shut it off and wash things by hand. But like I say, it's usually pretty quiet, so as long as it doesn't start clanking into things. All right, now here's a question for my viewing audience. These dried chow mein noodles, has anyone found a good use for them other than covering them with chocolate and peanuts? I have, basically what happens every year is I go out and get a bag of these, and I try and get the smallest one I can, and then they sit in my pantry until I realize that they're probably not good anymore and I throw them out. But I don't know, I suppose adding them to salads, which is kind of what they show on the cover here, but or on the package rather. We'll see. If you have a better use suggestion for them, let me know. I mean, in theory, I suppose you should use them for chow mein, but I usually only make chow fun, and when I do make either chow mein or chow fun, I use fresh noodles, so, or fresh or frozen noodles, but not dried. So I don't know, maybe it's just a different style than I'm used to. I am no expert. All right. I'm still here for anyone who's just tuning in. All right. So, kitchen is more or less cleaned up. Still some almonds sitting under there, but now we move on to butterscotch shortbread. Oh, let me toss this into the recycling bin. All right. So, remember when I said, we talked about that cookie book and how they came out with a new edition and then they came out with a reprint? Well, this is the new edition, which Lori got me before we found the original one, and it is pretty much, it's similar. The layout is very different. It doesn't have the pictures of cookies at the bottom. It's very much one cookie per page, and there's not a lot of overlap between the two. When they have done things different, they do... they have updated some of the recipes, and it is in general a little bit more modern than the original. I tend to prefer the original, but you know, again, I have sentimental reasons for that. And as far as I can tell, butterscotch shortbread is not in there, or if it is, it's under a different name or a different recipe. So I use the one out of here, and I'm actually going to move these off because otherwise I will not be able to see the recipe as well. And let's see, actually that's not going to, I forget how you do this. Someone gave me this very cool cat, black cat book holder. I think what you do with it is take some pages and you put one leg behind those and then the other in front. Then, actually no, is it the other way? Yeah. Whenever I can remember how to do it, it works well. But, there we go. And I have this lovely cookbook stand a good friend of mine gave me ages and ages ago, and I absolutely love it. Use it on every stream and with every recipe. All right, so heat oven to 300. So that's one of the reasons why I turned it off earlier, is because you need a cooler oven for this. And the only other thing I'm going to say is this takes if I remember right, takes a long time to bake. Yeah, one pan of these takes about 25 minutes to bake. And in theory, this makes about 4 dozen cookies. So this may be a long segment. All right. And I'm going to make it in the stand mixer this time, which means I need to get a few things out here. First, I need to get the whisk blade for it. I tend to use the whisk blade instead of the dough blade or the paddle blade. Okay, let's use the paddle blade this time. I think that'll actually work better. I use the whisk blade most of the time, but I don't think I'm supposed to. So I used a stand mixer all the time growing up, and I got really, really used to it. And then we got a Cuisinart, and that's all I ever used after that. And then I got this really nice, really big stand mixer, and it is great when I'm doing multiple batches of things. I like having two things that will mix like that. The only problem is that it's a little bit, it's almost too big for most recipes. So that's, and also a lot of the stuff has to be hand washed. Like now the paddle blade is enameled, so I can go to the dishwasher, but the whisk blade is not, so I have to hand wash that. But I digress. So now usually I save all of the Christmas cookie cutters for the sugar cookies, and then I use, for these, I have some gingerbread men cookie cutters and a gingerbread woman cookie cutter, and presumably at least some of them will be non-binary or gender fluid or gender non-conforming. I also have these Ninja Bread Men cookie cutters. See, got the karate guy, the person sort of doing the splits, I don't know if you can see that, and the one doing a flying kick. And so I do the Ninja Bread Men and Gingerbread Man and Woman, or non-binary or gender non-conforming folk, and those are that's what I do for my butterscotch shortbread. Now, that being said, I also have kitty, and I have hearts, and I have witch hats, and I've got all sorts of other interesting ones. If you want to, got a little teapot, got stars and all that. So if you prefer to see some of those instead, shout out now. Oh, regular non-binary person here. Shout out and say that I should do something different, or otherwise I'm sticking with the Ninja Bread men and women and non-binary folk. So, Ninja Bread, I've seen those before, so cute, says Tanya Marie. Yes, so I do really like them. They are very cute, very fun. And yes, you got some of these last year. The only problem with them is that there are some kind of tight corners, and sometimes, unless the dough is really solid, for example, if I roll it too thin, then some of the limbs occasionally fall off, which Lori likes because that means that those are damaged cookies and she can eat them and not worry about having to save them for guests or anything. So, all right. So Tanya says Ninja Bread Men. I'm going to count that as a vote unless she says otherwise. And since there's no other votes, I am going to go ahead and let's see. And as Tanya says, broken cookies have no calories. That's true. When they break, all the calories leak out. So, all right. Now, I am just realizing that I put something in the dishwasher that I actually have to take back out and rewash, and also that my kitchen cabinet door here the hinge just came off. Excuse me for just 1 minute while I fix this technical difficulty. The people who remodeled this house did a fantastic job, and they had all sorts of clever little things, like this is underneath this corner of the cabinet is a Lazy Susan, and I can store so much stuff on it, and it's fantastic. But some of the other things they did, not so clever, and for example, these are almost impossible to balance correctly so that they hang right, and occasionally they get unscrewed and so on. It's also the fact that the hoses for the dishwasher go underneath and behind all of these cabinets, and so if you ever have to replace the dishwasher like we did, you have to basically tie a string to the pipe and hope for the best as you pull it through. Anyway, I'm going to pause this for a second and take out that big flexible cutting board, because that's what I tend to roll all of my cookies out on. And I'm going to start that back up again. And I will rinse this off so it has time to dry before the cookies need to be rolled and cut and all of that. And this is not too dirty, just had the almonds and some of the almond paste mixture on it, but that appears to have already been all washed off, even though, let's see, is that something there? Nope, that's just a discoloration on it. Alright. This is literally just a big sheet of plastic, really good to, for working with like big cuts of meat or anything you just don't want to get on the counter there. It is, however, a little bit of a pain to hand dry, so. All right. Yes. By the way, Tanya, how are your Swedish meatballs coming along, or have you started those yet? I have no idea how long it takes to cook Swedish meatballs. And anyone else out there, how is your day going? How's everything? How are you doing? Hopefully I have not completely bored you to tears and chased you away. Alright, that's what that is. Alright, I am going to move the wooden cutting board and, except that I guess I can put it down here where it's out of the camera, along with that spare egg and egg yolk, or 2 egg yolks, one of which is broken. And I will pull out the big, rather dusty KitchenAid. Now, fortunately, it's the bowl. I'm going to give this bowl a rinse because I was clever and did not think to do that before starting this. So, let me just give it a quick rinse out and dry to make sure we didn't get any dust in there. As you can see, I use it a lot. I mean, like I say, I absolutely adore having a giant stand mixer that is, that I can make. I have no fear that any recipe will be too big for this thing. It's a professional 6, which I think is a 6-quart, although sometimes it seems like 6 gallons. And it is fantastic. Actually, it's got to be more than 6 quarts. I don't think it actually says how big it is on here. I used to know. I'm used to using a paper towel to dry out the inside because then I can use it to wipe some of the dust off the top of this. There. You probably can't see on camera, but it bothers me. Alright, so I'm going to put this back in. Fix on the paddle blade. Go. And now we are going to make butterscotch shortbread. So, half cup butter or margarine, softened, which I didn't do because I did not think that far ahead. And, alright, let me open up this. Normally I try and be a little bit more prepared and professional and have recipes up for people to follow. That just didn't happen this time. Oh, Tanya Marie just finished forming all of the Swedish meatballs and is now heating up the skillet to cook them. Excellent, excellent, well. Alright, so, by the way, I'm using apparently East Coast butter today, and you know how you can tell that apart is that butter that's made on the West Coast is apparently in the shorter, stubbier cubes, or, well, not cubes, rectangular prisms. But anyway, they're shorter and fatter, and the ones on the East Coast are longer and skinnier. And I do not know why that is because I got distracted before watching the video and I just read the headline. But apparently there's a reason for it, and but that's how you can tell if your butter came from the East Coast or the West Coast, or presumably the Midwest chooses one or the other. But Lydia Ray, thank you very much for showing up. She's at work and is just popping in, but it's always great to see you. Thank you very much for showing up. I appreciate that. We have gotten two batches of cookies more or less done already, and they are in the fridge cooling down, and trust me, that makes sense. So right now we're making butterscotch shortbread, and because I did not take the butter out to cool, I'm going to cut the stick in half and basically cut the pieces a lot smaller and skinnier so they'll did I say cool down or warm up? Anyway, I did not take the butter out to warm up, so I am cutting it into smaller pieces so it'll warm up faster, and also the friction from the mixer will warm it up a bit. So we have, all right, Lydia Ray is by the way, an amazing artist. She's a friend of mine. You work at Stanford or SJU? I always forget. I thought you worked at Stanford, but I thought Sandy mentioned that you worked at the same place, Sandy. SJSU. Okay, but does amazing art. She made the cover for our book, and is just amazing stuff. Lydia, if you want to send me, Stanford was her granddad. If you want to send me a link, I will post it about anything you want to promote. If anyone out there has anything they want to promote, this is a very self-promotion friendly space. Lord knows I've been inflicting it all on all y'all for I don't know how long now, since I started this stuff. And so please, if there's anything I can promote for you, if you have, I know Lydia, you have an Etsy store, you have some other stuff. Send me a whisper and I will post that up. So then, and like I say, anyone out there, please let me know. And I will go over here for a second, take a look. So yeah, and Cassandra, if you're still there, I do have your link. I need to investigate it further just to figure out if it's something that I implement or something everyone in the audience implements or what. I will spread that around. So, and Lydia says, if I had anything up, it would be an amazing achievement of executive function. And girl, same. The fact that this stream exists is thanks to a large dose of amphetamines. And I'm saying that because I have ADHD, not for any other reason. They're legal. They're prescribed. All right. But Lydia, all right. If anyone out there, including Lydia, wants to post anything to promote, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to get back to this cooking. All right. I need a half cup of shortening, so I'll be right back. And I am just now realizing that I do not have a ton of shortening in there. I need to add that to the shopping list. So, if there are any recipes that I planned on doing that require more than a half cup of shortening, we will skip those today. But fortunately, we've got a cup here, and this calls for half cup, so we are in good shape. I think my, actually I know that my, not shortbread, sugar cookies use only shortening, not butter, which makes them, I think, vegan friendly? No, I think they have eggs in them, so vegetarian friendly, at least. Alright. So, half cup. I just put the knife, well, it's clean. I just washed out the sink the other day, so it should still be clean. And I'm gonna get a fresh knife. What am I doing? No judgment to anyone who would have used that knife. I probably would have if you weren't watching. Alright. And by the way, I like using the sticks of shortening rather than the big tubs. They're just so much easier to work with. And this is just regular shortening. Now, one thing I am going to say is they do not do a good job. They have the markings on the side of how much or how many tablespoons each one is and where a half cup is and all that. They do not always get those lined up. Today, I think I guessed pretty close to accurately. So there we go. And I'm just going to cut this up a little bit as I put it in there. All right. You know, Winter Vespers has said a few times on this channel that me doing it is like inviting you all into my kitchen while I'm cooking, and first of all, it's better than that because I can still move around in here with all y'all in here. But also, it is really nice to have you here while I'm cooking. It's a lot less lonely than it sometimes is because, you know, Lori's doing her own thing and, you know, has to work, for example. And sometimes you can feel a little bit alone in here, but having you all here is really nice and makes things so much better. So thank you all for joining me. Also, we are, again, raising money for, I mentioned this for Lydia because, you know, there's all those rich professors down there. We are raising money for Lyra LB's pro bono legal work down in Atlanta, where she's helping out a lot of people. She is an amazing person, pillar of the trans community, does all sorts of good stuff. Also, just hilarious, very funny. If you follow her on Twitter, you know this. So let me put the link there. Winter Vesper says it makes things less lonely at her end too. And oh, the real Bothy made it. Thank you. And I think I just mispronounced it. Balthy. Yes, real Balthy made it. Thank you very much for your donations. You are amazing and are making me drink extra tonight. So I appreciate that. If you would like to be as cool as the real Balthy, please. And you can afford it. I'm not trying to guilt anyone into anything they can't afford, but if you can afford it, oh, sorry, I hit the wrong buttons. If you can afford it, please donate to the link I just put there. I think the real Balthy has done their job. More than generous tips. And I also, again, realize not everyone can afford it. Not everyone can. You know, it's hard out there these days. Trust me, I know that more than anyone. I really appreciate anything that people can afford. Don't put yourself out, but you know, if you can't afford it, don't like skip meals because you're donating to this legal fund. But please, if you can afford just $1 or $2, I would really appreciate that. And if you're watching again this later on YouTube or wherever else you see it, I will put a link to her GoFundMe in the description of the video, and so you can find the link and donate that way. Let me see if, and like I say, let's see here, just a second. All right, still at the same place, but if you do donate, please let me know. For every $100 up to $500 that we get, I will make an extra drink and add that on to the end of tonight's show. So you could get me quite blotto tonight. Because that's in addition to the stuff I already had planned. So, all right. So I've got the butter and the shortening in there. And we now need to add a half cup of brown sugar and then a quarter cup of granulated sugar. So I'm going to add the granulated sugar first and then just reuse the cup because brown sugar is just granulated sugar with some extra molasses in it. And I think I mentioned last time that I normally use C&H light brown sugar, and that works for just about everything I do. But last time I was out, so let me tell you a story of what happened. I was driving to my dad's place to cook for him. He's not doing so well these days. Dad, if you're out there watching, hi, thank you for watching. I hope you're feeling better, or will feel better soon. Looking forward to seeing you at Christmas. Anyway, I was driving to his place, and I was going to make the candied bacon recipe that I made on the show. And I realized I hadn't verified that he had brown sugar at his place, and I forgot to bring the stuff that I had bought, or I actually may have forgotten to buy it. So I stopped by the Trader Joe's. It was on the way to his house, and just picked up a bundle of brown sugar there, and it has a strong molasses flavor to it and a strong molasses scent to it. And so I picked some up for myself because I thought that might be interesting. And so I'm kind of discovering now how that works in recipes. It's a darker brown sugar, I think, than the C&H. Certainly is a little chunkier, I want to say. The granules are a little bit bigger. But I think it's nice. And it's, like I say, just opening up the bag, you get a huge molasses burst at you. Also, remember always that when you're using brown sugar, you pack it down into the measuring cup and level it off. That's just how brown sugar works. I don't make the rules. All right, so we have added half cup of butter. You can also use margarine if you'd like. Half cup of shortening. Half cup of packed brown sugar, and a quarter cup of granulated sugar to that. So I am now putting the brown sugar back in the canister, and I am going to raise this up and start it going. So I'm going to put the little guard on here so things don't go flying out of there. And this is unfortunately going to be a little loud. And so what we're doing now is called creaming the butter together. And yes, feel free to make all the double entendres you want with that. There's been a lot of... I'm realizing today, as I'm saying these things aloud, Tony says it's not that loud actually. It's loud in here. But I'm realizing as I say a lot of these things out loud, that a lot of recipes have a lot of unintentional double entendres built into them. Alright, so I'm going to stop this for a minute and scrape the sides of the bowl. So get this little bit here off the side. Alright, so yeah, the paddle is working very well. I'll drop this down again. I have to say, I kind of like the fact that this has a hand crank on the side, just because, I don't know, it just feels more steampunky that way, I guess. Without actually having to deal with the steam and the coal and the racism. Alright, actually this is looking pretty good. There's still some chunks of butter in here. We want to basically go until, it's already kind of a light color, but we want to go until all the chunks of butter are mixed in thoroughly. So, alright. I'm going to get another paper towel, and as my mother once said, she and I have a very paper towel intensive style of cooking, and the environmentalist side of me feels horrible about that, but again, I do try and cut down on the amount of paper towels I use, but I find myself reaching for them because it just makes sense sometimes. Alright, let that go for a bit. I'm going to need to add 2 1/4 cups of all-purpose flour and some salt. And that's all that's in this. So that part of the recipe is actually simple. I will have to actually get this out here though. Alright, and Alright. That's starting to look pretty good, I think. And because I have ADHD, I'm not going to try and count out all the flour by 1/4 cups, because I would absolutely lose count and screw things up. So I am just going to measure it out. I got out my extra 1/4 cup and my extra 1 cup measures, and I'm going to measure it out that way. Always handy to have more than one set of measuring cups if you do any large-scale cooking at all, which I'm sure if you do any large-scale cooking you've already figured out. But good, standard, everyday mixing cups are valuable things, as anyone who's ever run out of the right size one while they were in the middle of something could easily tell you. Alright, that looks pretty good. I'm going to scrape this off my spatula here, and let's see, hopefully I'm not blocking your view too much. There's really not much to see, and unfortunately this is kind of at the end, so I have to have my back to you. I apologize, I know that's rude, and like I'm sure that's some sort of broadcasting or streaming or whatever faux pas, but it is what it is. So again, we will start the fundraising for my studio with built-in bar and full kitchen next year. So that's 1 cup of flour added, and I'm going to add the salt now actually, just because that way it'll mix in a little bit with the flour. And this is also where I do a voice reset to where my voice is supposed to be, because I'm horrible about keeping my voice at the right pitch for very long. Alright, and it is 1 teaspoon of salt added to this. Alright, and now we add the cup of flour. And I am not making any secret that I'm trans, so that's why I'm not worried about telling y'all that, you know, I had voice therapy and it only worked. Even though my voice therapist was amazing, it only took so well because I did it during a pandemic, so I don't, you know, I don't spend that much time talking to folks these days, except doing this, so thank you for helping me practice my voice. Alright. Let me put the flour away and see what folks are chatting about here. Alright. Tanya says Swedish dishcloths, and I think that's taken out of context because I only get 4 lines here. Alright. Oh, it's a... No? I have no idea what Swedish dishcloths was. Oh, that must have been to my paper towel usage. Swedish dishcloths are cotton paper blend, washable, and works like paper towel. I had never heard about those. I will have to investigate those. Sonia Birch says now they're home and can listen, watch until 6 p.m. and then they're off modding. And thank you very much for coming back and watching. Yeah, 6 p.m. is when we'll start doing cocktails and that sort of thing. That's more the regular show, but I understand having to mod. Sonia, you're a mod on the Transverse, or are you on Gender Meowster? Because I would like to give them a plug as well. I'm about to start this up again. I've added the flour, salt, 2 1/4 cups of flour and a teaspoon of salt, and to all the other stuff I added before, which you can rewind the video and watch to figure out what that is. I'm going to start very slow because if you do this too fast, flour will just shoot up out of the stand mixer. And slowly ramp it up as it gets incorporated. And Sonia Birch is a mod for Gender Meowster. Definitely check out Gender Meowster's streams. Subscribe to their channel. I mean, obviously not tonight, but I think they're okay with me saying that because Gender Meowster actually really helped me out for the very first stream on the show. Put up some clips for me. Basically modded for the first show I ever did. Without me asking. I asked for their help setting things up because I'd never used this software before, and they just dove on that hand grenade and helped me out a lot. They're a fantastic person, really great content. In addition to doing video games, they also do a lot of gender. I know they do at least one gender interview show, and I think also a gender news show. And correct me if I'm wrong there, Sonia Birch. Apparently this Sonia Birch says it's Breath of the Wednesday night. So Breath of the Wild in Master Mode, which is not trivial from what I've heard. I don't have a Switch, so I've never played it, but from what I've heard, Master Mode is kind of an insane difficulty, which, as they say, it's every Wednesday night until it's not anymore. But yeah, definitely check out Gender Meowster stuff. Very, very smart. I actually got to meet them in person when they came up for Trans Pride Seattle. Very nice, very cool, very knowledgeable, and they have a partnership with the Transverse, which is where I did my earliest streaming, and so they often post on the Transverse Discord, although they also have their own Discord, which is it Meowster's Clouder or something like that? So yes, very cool, very nice person. Definitely check out some of their stuff. Here, actually, I think I can see if this works. Come on. And for those in YouTube, I'm typing a command into the chat here. I can guarantee I will not remember to do this onto the any sort of description or anything. So hopefully I spelled that right. And yes, there we go. So that's a link to Gender Meowster's page if you want to follow them and stuff. So yeah, I owe them a huge debt of gratitude for helping me get started. So, or at least getting started on my own channel. So, like I said, I started out actually on the Transverse doing live streams of tabletop role-playing games, which I'm going to go back to doing, hopefully, in the new year. I think we're hoping to start that in March. There's actually a open casting call for the second season of All on the Table, which is the Transverse's tabletop role playing and board games and all that sort of thing. Although I think we're sticking more to tabletop role playing games this year. Last year we had a couple of shows for the first season. The first one was a campaign of Thirsty Sword Lesbians, which is a fantastic game, and I was playing rather than running, and I had an absolute blast doing it. It's a fantastic game, award-winning game, won the first Emmy for a tabletop role-playing game ever. And Jen Giggles, who ran that, fantastic GM. The other show was called Side Quests, and that was my show that I kind of came up with. And that was one where we played a new one-shot game every month, and it was either usually a different system. Although we did end up running a bunch of 5th Ed D&D one-shots. And so if you go to I think on my Twitter or just about anywhere that I am, but especially the Transverse Discord, if you're interested in signing up to be a player or a GM, or they're also looking for people doing solo journaling games, that sort of thing, it should all be there. A lot of fun, great people, and they make streaming so easy. They have producers and all that. Basically, you just show up at the right time and make sure your equipment works, and if it does, then you're good to go. And let me tell you, that is a lot easier than trying to stream on your own. Which, I am enjoying doing, but is not the easiest. It's not as easy as they made it seem. So, all right. So, here we go. Let's see. And as I said earlier, if anyone out there wants to promote anything, this is a self-promotion friendly zone. Please do. If you are here, you are a friend, and I'll be happy to promote your stuff within reason. I say anything that's not going to get me kicked off Twitch for promoting it. So, Winter Vespers, if you start up that OnlyFans page, I'm going to have to look into whether or not I can promote that. And I'm teasing Winter Vespers there. All right. Alright, so this is all mixed up. You can kind of see it is very crumbly, very dry right now. It has not really come together into a cohesive ball or anything like that. That is because that's just how shortbread is. You kind of have to force it together. So what I'm going to do is put a light coating of flour down here. And just spread that all around, because we don't, like I say, it's dry and crumbly now, and don't worry, when it's done, it's not going to be dry and crumbly. It's, it's not a real moist cookie, but it is not, you don't necessarily have to have a cup of tea with it, although that is nice. All right, but we don't want to add any more flour to it, because that will just make it a little drier. And I'm just going to use my fingers to scrape this off, because I am going to be just grabbing a ball of this stuff in my hands. And normally I remember to take my rings off first. Let me see if I can do that. They're a little snug today. There. Put it up here where I always put it, behind everything. And the wedding ring, here, the wedding band is the tight one. There it goes. But also this way you won't get wedding ring impressions on the cookies. All right. Cassandra says that that she mods for another streamer who is co-hosting a big charity event on Saturday. Can I whisper the streamers to me for shoutouts? Actually, I just got my hands covered with this. Could you whisper it to Random Girl there? And she will, she's a mod, so it should work for her. And I will tell her what to type if you do that. For those who know her from other places, but not necessarily from here, Random Girl 1, or however many numbers she had to put in it, is my wife Lori. She is graciously helping me out with this. I'm assuming to procrastinate at work, but also I am very grateful to her for helping out. All right, so what you see here is I'm just, like I say, it was that really crumbly stuff, and I'm just using my hands to kind of press it down. I'm not going to try and flip this over because I think it would just fall apart, but I'm just using my hand right now to mold it into kind of a rectangle. It's a little smaller than I wanted, but it's also still a little tall. So I am going to get out my rolling pin. And also, this is the classic mistake of being. So you think that high femme, you think the about 50s housewives in the long dresses, you know, the fancy dresses with the petticoats and long fingernails and all that. No, long fingernails are a sign that you don't have to work because so much stuff gets caught underneath them. But if you are like me, you have a fingernail brush here to clean things out and make sure that nothing disgusting gets in the food. And so don't worry, I'm doing that. But yeah, no, my mom literally was a 50s housewife for at least for a couple of years, and then she was a 60s housewife, and then a 70s housewife, and an 80s housewife, and then I think by the 90s we were off to college. Anyway, yeah, no, you do not wear that when you're actually working. Winter Whisperer says that she uses gloves to protect her own nails. That, if I were smarter, I would do that, but I use gloves all the time working in a lab, and I got kind of sick of them, and I just wash my hands a lot, and that's kind of how it is. Now I should have, before starting to roll here, taken some of this flour and just brushed it along the edge of my rolling pin, just to keep it from sticking, because again, I don't want to add too much flour to this because I am going to reuse anything that we don't end up cutting out here. Just like with sugar cookies, just a rolled cut cookie, I think it's the technical term. Now the edges are a little crumbly, but I'll try and push them back together again. Can you see this? Let me move back a little bit so you can try and see what I'm doing here a little better. All right, so Lori, if you're there, Cassandra should have whispered to you the name of the streamer. If you could type !SO and then a space and then the name of the streamer, and you don't have to put an @ in there or anything. Actually, I think the @ screws it up. So we're gonna need a pan for this to put the cookies on once I cut them out. And those are still being used by our previous cookies, which were cooling in the refrigerator. I'm gonna take those out and put them away, and then we will have our pans to cook on. And now we enter the danger zone where I'm cooking with ADHD and trying to do two things at once with not enough counter space. All right, hold on just one moment while I pull all this out. Actually, I'm going to leave that one in for right now. All right, let me put the stand mixer back. And which is not actually a Young Frankenstein reference, even though it kind of is. All right, so here. Put it back. Try and get as much of this on camera as I can. All right, well, yeah, you're not gonna be able to see this, but here are the cooled noodle stacks and last of the almond horseshoes, chocolate dip almond horseshoes. So, and those got a little browner than I expected now that I'm looking at them, but they're still going to taste great. So, and for the recipes for those, rewind the video. I'm not gonna go over all that again. And for those who arrived later, the reason why there are not recipes up on screen right now is good. Sorry, I'll talk about that in a minute. Blemley is hosting the mainstream. RKO the Mick, all one word, will be hosting the after party starting at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 Pacific. They will both be raising funds for Feeding America, which is another really good cause. It's for those watching on YouTube, it's www.twitch.tv/Blemley. That's BLEM B. All right, I gotta take my glasses off. BLEMBILY. Is that Blembilly? Or am I pronouncing that right? Oh, it's Emily with more B's in it. Oh, Blemley. Blembley? All right. I spelled it. That's good enough. All right. No, I'm teasing. But sounds like it's going to be a great cause, and they're going to be, and that's what night is that? So that's on Saturday. So 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 Eastern on Saturday. So yeah, definitely check that out. That should be a great stream. Do you know? What are they? Do you know what they're streaming for that? Is it a video game stream or a music stream? What are they doing? They are both community game streamers. So yeah, that should be a fantastic stream and an excellent cause. Like I say, Feeding America is a great charity, and certainly feeding people is an incredibly worthwhile cause. I think I've said on here before that feeding people is how my family has traditionally. It's how we show love. If we love you, we are going to feed you. So yes, that is a good stream for a good cause. Definitely check it out. I will have to follow them and watch their streams. They're going to be trying to. Cassandra says they're going to be trying to break the current record in Crash World. The game developer has promised Blem her own custom URL if she gets to a certain number of rounds. So, all right. Sorry, Crash Word, not Crash World. There will also be music and gift card giveaways. So definitely, yeah, that is great. Definitely go check that out. Yeah, I am. All right, just finishing peeling these off of the wax paper, getting them in there. Trying to do it quickly so they don't melt in my fingers. And again, you don't want to leave them in there to cool too long, even though the refrigerator is dry by nature, because that's how it does the cooling. It can basically still cause problems with the chocolate on there. So you want to keep them, in a box as soon as you can. But that is the stuff that needs to be refrigerated all in one handy container. And set this. Yep. I'll put this right back, and now we have our tins back. All right, and actually I'm going to wash my hands, and then I'm going to take a second and get a drink of water. I have not been drinking because I did not want to have to take a break to pee, but I should have some water because I have been talking up a storm today, and also I probably shouldn't go into the drinking portion of the program dehydrated, because even I know that's not smart. I'm probably going to go in on an empty stomach, which will make things entertaining. So yeah. Oh, Chandra also says the Queer Pride emotes that she dropped before are from RKO the Mix stream, and it's RKO, all capital letters, the capital MIC. And yeah, it's mic. It's mic as in microphone. I always pronounce it Mick because I'm contrary. Um, and also that way, I mean, I guess I in my head it makes sense because it means you see how it's spelled. If I said Mike, people would want to spell it Mike, I guess. I don't know. It makes sense in my head, but you're right. I should clarify. It's Mic as in microphone. Anyway, he streams Jackbox and Mario Maker and a whole bunch of other stuff. Jackbox, a bunch of fun party games. I think I've only played one or two of them in the past. I mean, I'm from a generation where I actually played the original version of that, which was You Don't Know Jack, back in the day. We had a few of those. I mean, I still remember doing LAN parties in our apartment for Diablo 2 when it came out, and it was such a big thing. But then again, I'm old. Alright, so still here, waving, just getting water from the fridge because it's just out of camera shot, of course. Alright, so cheers. Okay, that's better. Also, I'm trying a liquid lipstick today. Let me know if my lipstick starts... There are no mirrors in here. I can barely catch some reflections. But if it starts looking really creepy and nasty, let me know and I'll run off screen to fix it. It should stay pretty well, but it is not lip stain. It's only lipstick, so here's hoping. All right. Okay, so where was I? Yes, I need parchment paper on here. And I conveniently buried the open pack. So let me get that back out. My drawer that has all of my tin foil and, well, aluminum foil and plastic bags and all that is a colossal mess, but it will. And I am going to try and brush this off because I think I think what happened was that the wax paper, rather the pan was still a little warm, or more than a little warm from sitting on the stove when I put the wax paper on. And I think some of the wax may have stuck to the pan, which is not bad. It's not going to hurt any food or anything. But if I can rub a little bit of that off, I will put these in the dishwasher after I'm done today. Yeah, there's definitely something on there. Alright, but since I'm going to put a convenient layer of parchment paper down, that will be okay. Alright, so Ska responded with also cheers. Winter Vespers said, no, my dear, you are a long way from old. And as I've said many times before, it's not the years, it's the mileage. Cassandra says, Salante. I don't know why I always pronounce that one wrong too. I pronounce everything wrong. Let's just lay that down. Anyway, she also gives a toast and says, you can do a point redemption for hydrate when you get... Yes, that's what I'm going to need to do is... so a lot of DJs do a lot of dancing on their stream, and they have one for hydrate. And yes, that is what I'm going to need to do. Like I say, a lot of them have ones for shots, and as I said on, I think on the Caramel Apple stream a couple nights ago, I don't believe in shots. I believe that if you're drinking something, it should be good enough that you want to savor it. Otherwise, what's the point? And I know that a lot of people are going to say to get drunk, but that shouldn't be the point if everything's going right. At least once you're out of maybe out of your 20s or 30s, then maybe if you're doing stuff just to get drunk, then all right. I'm not going to judge. I've certainly had those nights. But what I'm going to say is that, yes, I'm not going to do shots. I don't believe in doing shots. And also, it's not like I'm not going to be drinking alcohol through most of the stream anyway. So, but a redemption to hydrate is a very good idea. I will try and remember to put that in. I should be taking notes. I mean, I suppose I could just go back and rewatch this whole thing again, but I don't know. I don't care much for this show. I find it kind of vulgar. Anyway, I'm going to. I just put away the parchment paper that I spent so long getting out because it was in the way briefly, or I thought it was. And again, this is before we get to the alcohol portion of the show. I should have subtitled this show, this stream, watch Dana's slow descent into madness, except it's not going to be slow. Alright, so, I'm going to start off. I'm going to do some of the just plain ones first to see how crumbly this is. Find some good spots there. Here, I'll just do our non-binary non-binary person first. Not non-binary man, that wouldn't make any sense. Well, I don't know, I think that demi-man. Anyway, so yeah, that's going to stick together. It's a little thicker than I intended, but it should work. Let me try one of the easier gingerbread men. I will do the one doing the splits, if I can find a good spot. Put that down. There we go. I think that will... And of course, whenever you're doing something like this, sugar cookies, anything that you're pressing cookie cutters into, you want to try and use as much of the dough on the first pass as you can. Let's see. And here, let me get down a bowl for the leftovers, because each time you use the dough, you add, you roll it out and all that, you're adding a little bit more flour to it, which is going to make it not quite as good, not quite what you're intending. All right, and there, kind of jumped out on its own. Now, these are not going to spread very much in terms of cooking. They're going to, they stay pretty much as you want, as they appear, so you don't have to worry too much about the spacing. And that's just a little bit off for fitting in there. Here's one. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to get the third one in. So I'm just knocking off the stuff around the outside. And I'm just gently touching the ends of the feet, maybe pulling the cutter apart a little bit there. And I don't know if you're going to be able to see this on the camera here, but remember I was telling you that there was always a little bit stuck. Here, I'll show you the other side, it's a little more clear there. Just a little bit of dough stuck in there, so I just get a knife out to tap that out of there so it doesn't just build up and build up. Alright, so let me pick up some of the edges here that aren't big enough for anything. Put those back in there. Now this last little bit I think is just the right size for the, I guess these would be the children size ones or something. And alright. I guess instead of the male, female, gender non-binary, I should just call them the masculine one and the feminine one. And really, judging by the size of that skirt, that might be high fem. And I'm sorry, I was fiddling with that a little bit because the arm fell off, which I guess is disabled representation, which we around here support all of our disabled siblings. So, although I'm not sure specifically, I guess, other than having, disabled cookies here, how that's actually represented on the cooking and drinking stream, but we do support you all. You are wonderful and valid and stuff. Right. Do two femmes to one mask. That's seems like about the right ratio. And like I say, these ended up a little bit thicker than I normally do, so they may take a little bit more than 25 minutes once they bake, but it's going to take me a while to fill out a pan of these. So, again, scoop off all of the dough that I can. And unfortunately that means I'm also scooping up some of that flour, but not much I can do about that. So now add another light dusting of flour here. Okay, that's a little much. There's already a fair amount down there, so just going to put a little bit more down. Just need enough so that it doesn't quite stick, or doesn't stick more than I can get it off from. Alright. Alright. Also, I know that my friend Wendy, if she were here, would be teasing me mercilessly about not being able to pronounce Solancha correctly. But, because that's her toast of choice. As you can probably tell, I go with Cheers or something of that vein, unless it's a specific toast to specific people, in which case I'll use, like, you know, to absent friends or that kind of thing. But, you know, everyone has a toast that they like and will use it. And that is fantastic. I think that is great. So, yeah, since I'm running out of things to say, why don't you put your favorite toast in the chat? We'll compile a list. See if we can find a new favorite toast for someone. Like I say, I just go with the standard Cheers because it's easy to remember and it makes sense to me. It's, you know, one I always knew from growing up, so that's what I use. Alright, I'm going to turn this aside, roll it out a bit. I think I'm going to try, well, so you want to keep all of the cookies on a pan at the same thickness. So I really should have rolled those out a bit more because these are going to be solid. The Real Balthy says, my wife and I like to lock eyes and very severely say Prost as we clink glasses. So, very nice. Very nice. It's always nice to have traditions and secret languages and such amongst your family. And that's, Lori and I have a lot of things that I think we're the only ones that say to each other, although none of them are coming to mind. And also, if I told you, then you'd know them too, so you'd be able to interpret our secret language. Although if she wants to say anything, then she can. Oh yes, so that is our other toast that we do, which needs a little bit of explanation so it doesn't sound quite so narcissistic. So for anyone who knows The Thin Man, which is a movie from the 30s, and buckle in, this is the first stage of explanation for this. There was a movie called The Thin Man. If you ever heard the names Nick and Nora together, that's where they come from. Fantastic movie. It is a comedy, mystery, detective story written by Dashiell Hammett, who's the same person who wrote The Maltese Falcon. Cassandra says that she loves the Thin Man movies. They are fantastic. It's really Lori and my movies, the first one especially, and it takes place at Christmas, so we watch it every Christmas. And then the second one takes place at the following New Year's, so like a week apart, and we always watch that one at New Year's. The rest, there's like 6 or 7 of them in the series, and they go downhill fast. The Real Balthy says that he also loves The Thin Man, and in regards to their toast, or his toast, I should say, we had been told that was how Germans do it by a friend who had lived there, and we've kept it up. No clue if it's accurate. If we have any Germans in the audience, let us know. Alright, so The Thin Man, great movie, fantastic movie, lots of drinking in it. just the best example of a relationship there is out there, as far as I'm concerned. So, building off that, there was a podcast and actually a live stage show called The Thrilling Adventure Hour that was done down in LA. And they had a lot of things on it that were essentially parodies of the radio plays done at that time. And one of them was Beyond Belief, which was and Winter Vespers says that she also loves the Thin Man, especially Myrna Loy. Myrna Loy is beautiful, and I actually use Myrna Loy as my profile pic on a lot of social media, including Discord. Anyway, so Beyond Belief was essentially the Thin Man if Nick and Nora were able to see ghosts, but did not care about it and did not have any interest in helping them or solving their problems, or basically the ghosts or supernatural creatures show up and they're just like, go away, we're drinking. And except it's done incredibly charmingly. They're not, I mean, they are jerks. It's kind of what's in there, but it's Paul F. Tompkins and Paget Brewster, who, if you know anything about them, are just perfect for the roles. And their toast to each other is to us, because their opinion is that they're the important ones, and so that's who they should be toasting to. And Lori and I just picked it up and keep doing it because, yes, we're important to one another, and, other people are important too. I'm not trying to say they're not. I'm not that far gone. But it reminds us that, we need to toast ourselves as well as toast others, and also just kind of reminds us of that little story, and also reminds us of Nick and Nora and so on. And it's all, it just became our little thing. So if it's Lori and I toasting to each other, we say to us. All right. So I've got all of the second batch of these in. Now again, it's all fitting on one. I haven't even filled up the first of the. Oh shoot, lost an arm. And since it's one of the karate guys, I'm going to try and put it back on. Because otherwise it just looks kind of strange. Hopefully that will stay on. Just going to press it back into place. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And as Tanya so wisely pointed out before, broken cookies have no calories. So, alright. And so, yes. It sounds like just about everyone here has seen The Thin Man. If you haven't, I strongly recommend watching it. It is very good. Like I say, it's from the 30s, so there are some weird things in there from the Hays Code, like they sleep in separate beds, but otherwise, so you just kind of have to take that in stride. They are clearly very much in love. And actually, there's nothing wrong with sleeping in separate beds. Sometimes you do that, and if that's what works for you, great. Some people don't sleep well with someone else in their bed. There are a couple nights that kind of wish Lori'd sleep in another bed just so I can get a good night's sleep. And I'm sure there's many more nights she wishes that were true for me. Anyway, I digress. It's a great movie. Like I say, lots of drinking, and if you're here, I'm going to assume you can put up with that. They do, there is a little bit of misogyny in it just because of the time period, but honestly, there's a lot less than you'd think, and Nora usually gives as good as she gets. So there's one scene in particular that I'm thinking of that is just ideal. But yeah, watch it and see if you agree with me. I think it is a fantastic movie, and everyone should see it. And like I say, just funny as heck too, and a good mystery. So, but yeah, Dashiell Hammett did a lot of stuff for the studio back then. If you've ever seen The Big Sleep, which is another one of our favorite ones of his, we there have been some times where we watched, the Maltese Falcon, The Big Sleep, and The Thin Man, like in a weekend. I think we've done that once or twice. But those are our three big ones by him. But in The Big Sleep, which is a serious murder mystery, with Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall and some other famous folk from that time period in it. There's a murder that takes place in that film, and they were going over the script, and they were in the middle of filming, and they'd gotten up to this point, and someone asked, "Hey, by the way, who killed this guy?" Because there was someone who gets murdered in it, and it's it's a plot point at the time, and it makes you can kind of see what's going on, but they never really establish who killed him. It just kind of gets dropped, and Dashiell Hammett, who wrote the dang thing, just says, "Yeah, I don't know." And so no one actually knows who kills this guy. He just gets killed. Which, in a film noir, I guess that's just kind of what you used to. And, honestly, my definition of film noir is a little lighter than a lot of people's. Excuse me as I try and get this one out in one piece. I tend to be, like things a little on the lighter and funnier side. A lot of the Humphrey Bogart ones are that way. I think it's it's the Maltese Falcon. Humphrey Bogart is basically Bugs Bunny. If you ever watch it, like there are a couple scenes where you're just like, oh yeah, no, he's playing Bugs Bunny there. Before Bugs Bunny existed, I think. But yeah, there's a reason why Humphrey Bogart shows up in Warner Brothers cartoons. He basically is kind of Bugs Bunny in some of those films. So, alright, that is the first pan of these done. And, they look okay. They're a little on the crumbly side and a little on the thick side, but aren't we all? Alright, so put this in for 25 minutes. Alright, how are we doing on time? Okay, we're up to 4:15, so I'm going to do the second pan of these, and then I think we'll have time for one more. And so, while I'm finishing up this last pan, why doesn't everyone vote on what the next one will be? So we have toffee squares, butter crunchin, and cinnamon diamonds. Butter crunchin. Actually, I'm going to veto butter crunchin. They're a little involved for this right now. But we can do toffee squares or cinnamon diamonds. So, all right. Lori says, if you want more about Beyond Belief, you can look up the Thrilling Adventure Hour whenever you, she scrolled off the screen. The Real Bothy says, I think the Big Sleep might be Chandler, Raymond Chandler. Yes, you are absolutely correct on that. I always link them in my head because Humphrey Bogart's in both that and the Maltese Falcon, but you are absolutely correct. And Lori says, it was the chauffeur that no one knew who killed him in the Big Sleep. Yes, that is correct. And she also says, if you want to learn more about Beyond Belief, you can look up the Thrilling Adventure Hour wherever you get podcasts. While the Thrilling Adventure Hour doesn't have any regular performances anymore, they still have a large archive of shows, including Beyond Belief, and they usually do like 2 or 3 of them per episode. The other one they do all the time was Sparks, Nevada, Marshall on Mars, which you would recognize the voice of the person who plays Sparks, Nevada. He played the head demon on The Good Place. He does a lot of stuff. He's got a sort of low rumbly voice, and it's just amazing. I'll say it's not Mark Bernard. It's but you would recognize the voice as soon as you see it. And Lori also says, "This is me working." Oh, and I forgot to keep scrolling here. Tanya Marie says, "I like the sound of toffee squares." So, all right, we'll do those next, unless she gets outvoted between now and then. Another one they did was Amelia Earhart, Fearless Flyer, and she was. That one's about Amelia Earhart, who works for who basically got. I can't remember. I think she got lost in time and had to and was like fighting Nazis and basically Indiana Jones except with Amelia Earhart, and a very very explicitly stated not lesbian romance. Is clearly a lesbian romance, but it's supposed to be set in like the golden age of radio, so they can't say that. And they do another one. It's like Professor TikTok, which is clearly a Doctor Who homage, except that Professor TikTok is very clearly working for the British government and such. So just to let you know, I just poured all these all the scraps from the previous batches, I should say, into the bowl to mix up with the last dregs. There's very little left in there of the fresh stuff. And I am now going to try and see how many more cookies I can get out of this. And I should get some parchment paper on that tray so that I can put them down there. All right. Any other votes for the cookies? Or everyone happy with toffee squares? All right. And I should say there are more cookies than this that I have made in the past. There's one or two I simply don't make anymore, either because I am the only one who likes them, or, well, it was me and my mom were the only ones who liked them. There's one I don't make because my brother makes them, and that's the only Christmas cookie he makes in a year, because that's his favorite, and that's all he just makes them and eats them. And those are, the one he makes are the gumdrop cookies, which are basically, imagine a pumpkin cookie except made with apple, and then put huge slices of gumdrops in them. And that's kind of what those are. And then let's see, the ones I don't make anymore because I'm the only one who eats them are the walnut crescents, which are kind of like they're kind of like Russian tea cakes, except shaped into little mini horseshoe shapes that are like that big, and they're dusted with powdered sugar and all that. They also have a lot of walnuts in them, which is one of the reasons why Lori doesn't like them. She is not a fan of nuts, but I like them. I think they're neat, but they're a Christmas cookie I don't make anymore because, like I say, I'm the only one who eats them, and then I realize I should stop eating them, and then they go bad, and it's, I feel bad about that. So, and then the last one, only my mom and I liked, and it is a traditional German cookie that we do not make in any kind of traditional way, and that's called, and I'm going to butcher this name, but this is how we always pronounced it, Springerla. And in Germany, apparently, Springerla are these little soft cookies that are rolled with a special rolling pin that imprints shapes on them. Lori says that she doesn't like nuts other than me, of course. She's pretty fond of me, and that's good because... Anyway, I'm teasing her. No, I'm pretty fond of her too. She is She is amazing, and I really appreciate all of her help with this today and for hanging out with us, as I appreciate all of you hanging out with us. All right, so anyway, Springerla are these cookies that are sold all over the place in Germany, especially around Christmas time, and they are these small, soft things. You roll them with special rolling pins so they get neat little scenes imprinted on the top of them. And apparently these rolling pins are like family heirlooms for some folks, and they're really neat. The ones we make are rock hard. Like literally, my father-in-law, Lori's dad, was sponsoring during the not the Gulf War, but one of the recent wars over in the Middle East, which we will not talk about right now, but was sponsoring a soldier over there, and the soldier complained that they never got any cookies over there, or at least none of them that arrived as anything but crumbs. And I said, well, I'll take that challenge. And I made a batch of Springerla the way my family makes them, and basically included a note that if they didn't think that they were any good, they could use them as tank armor. And apparently they were first cookies they'd ever received in one piece over there, and they survived the military mail, but they did not survive contact with the Marines. So, as Lori says, the military is not gentle with packages, and they are absolutely not. So, anyway, I don't know where the variation in the recipe happened, but my mom has made them this way ever since I was a kid. And like, you make the dough for it, and you roll it out, and you leave it out overnight, and so they can dry out before you bake them. And ours have either anise or fennel seeds embedded on one side of them. And they're really good, especially if you dunk them in tea or anything like that. But otherwise, you can sit there and gnaw on one for a while, and it's not at all bad. I like them, my mom liked them, but we were literally the only two people, even in our own family, who liked them. And it should have been a clue that I was a woman earlier, because I should say my mom, my grandmother on her side, and I were the only ones who liked them. So I think some of the other ladies on that side of the family did too, but just about no one else. So again, another sign that I'm not terribly observant. All right, so I'm going to put the parchment paper back for now. All right, so I am just going through here. I don't think we'll even fill up this pan with. I'm going to put this one up in the corner though, because that keeps rolling down. So yeah, this does not make. I mean, like I say, this recipe says it makes 4 dozen cookies. Not at this size, it doesn't. It's going to make about 8 dozen, or well, 2 dozen maybe, and that is if we're lucky. I think the picture, I'm not sure you can see here, is of these tiny little Scotty dogs, and I think those are, and they don't really give a scale for that. I think they're much smaller cookies than what I'm making here. Anyway, so yeah, so that is what we're doing here, just finishing up. Again, I use the base of the knife to get it out of the cookie cutter. A lot of severed limbs. It's kind of a bloodbath over here. I think all the Ninja Bread men went to a martial arts tournament that was a little more Tekken or Mortal Kombat than they were expecting. Except all the heads are still intact, so maybe it wasn't Mortal Kombat. Street Fighter? I don't know. I don't play fighting games. I do not. I love fighting games. I love the spectacle of them and all that. I do not have the reflexes or the memory to play them because I never remember any of the combos. Well, that's a question I should ask. What is everyone playing these days? Lori and I have both gotten into Disney Dreamlight Valley. I was having a rough time around our anniversary, and she got me a copy of it because she had been enjoying it so much. And so we've been playing a lot of that. I've also gone back to Slay the Spire, which, if you've never played that, is a deck building, a roguelike deck building game. This one's falling out before I even get it off the tray. All right, I'm getting a spatula out and scooping that up. And there's another one that folks probably haven't heard of called Night of the Full Moon, which is a questionably translated game that is also a deck building game like Slay the Spire, except all of the character classes are various incarnations of Little Red Riding Hood or her friend who's a werewolf. And it's all of her adventures. So you have one where she's a witch, you have one where you get to play as the werewolf, you have another where she's an alchemist, another one where she's a warrior, one where she's an engineer, so on. And I did not put down any more flour before getting that off, so just spread around some of this flour I've already got down here. What is everyone else playing? The real Balthy says, I haven't been playing video games lately. The last one I played was Dishonored. You know, I started Dishonored because I'm a huge fan of the Hitman series, especially the reboot they did. And actually, I should say of the reboot of Hitman, because I went back and tried to play some of the older games, and they have a different different control system, and it rendered it unplayable for me. Also, the graphics are not nearly as good. But anyway, Dishonored was something that someone had basically said, oh, if you like Hitman, you'll love Dishonored. It's basically Hitman, steampunk Hitman with a plot, an overwriting plot, which, to be fair, Hitman does too. And I went through it and I did enjoy it, but I don't know, I just haven't gone back to it. I got through the first couple missions. I got kind of to the first, I guess it would be a hub area, from what I can tell, and then I haven't really gone back to it. I should do that. Maybe over the holidays, after the holidays, if I have a little more time. Oh yes, Winter Vespers is playing Final Fantasy 16, which is the online MMO version of it. I see you and some of the other folks over on the Transverse talking about that all the time. So I got into WoW early on, and it was before I was diagnosed with ADHD, and so I really got into WoW, and I played the heck out of it, and basically after I took quit my last job and went to being a homemaker full time, Lori said, all right, before you start homemaking full time, why don't you take a month, just kind of ease out of that last job and get your energy back and all that. And I said, that sounds like a fantastic idea. The last job I had, one of the people I was literally employee number 2 at a startup, and employee number 3 was a jackass, and who had more experience, basically who had a higher degree than I did and all that. He must have been some form of autistic, but it was a form of autism that he was just had turned into being an asshole to cover it up or something, or maybe not. Maybe I'm seeing things that aren't there, but the kind of thing where he literally told me at one point he never considered uh, that other people might not think the way he does, that kind of thing. But I digress. Anyway, so it had been a really rough job, and I needed some break. So I played WoW. I took some time off. I figured I'd play some WoW. Well, that was back in the day of so far ago in WoW that one of the only ways to get a mount, the best kind of mount in there, was to either spend a lot of money or get it through player versus player, through the battlefields and such. And you had to reach this pretty high rank in player versus player to get that mount. And I had started down that road, despite the fact that I don't like player versus player games. But I was like, that's got to be easier than earning all this money. And the way it was set up, you had to basically spend all of your time in battlefields, or you would lose rank and basically lose the progress you had made. So I hyper focused on that, just round the clock, to the point where, as Lori put it, if she would come in and disturb me while I was trying to do it, I would growl at her. And after not too much time of that, she was like, "All right, something's going on here. You should really You should really talk to someone about this, because this doesn't seem right." And I was like, "All right, you're probably right about that." So I did, and that's when I got diagnosed with ADHD. So anyway, that's my so I still played World of Warcraft after that. I just could monitor my time better. And so WoW has always still been my first and only MMO love. I did play some of Knights of the Old Republic when it came out, but not a ton of it. I got pretty far, but and then I stopped playing and haven't really gone back to it. Final Fantasy 16 looks really cool, but we never got into the Final Fantasy games. I think we played most of 7, although I don't think we got to the end of it, and it's supposedly one of the best ones. And yeah, so it's just I don't know. That's my aversion to MMOs, because I know that they hit my ADHD buttons, and also are not especially caring that much about Final Fantasy. Is one of the reasons why I didn't get into it. I love that you and the other folks on the Transverse have gotten into it and really like it. I think that's fantastic. I'm glad it's there for you. The Real Balthy says, I tried Dishonored because I wanted some weird atmospheric game like Bioshock, which it certainly delivered. And yes, absolutely, it does on that. Like I say, I'm a big fan of the Hitman series, because I like the sneaking around, and I like that it's a puzzle game that's kind of masquerading as a first-person shooter. But if you actually try and play it like a first-person shooter, you're just gonna die, and not actually accomplish anything, and your score goes down. So that's the sneaking around and puzzling things out and figuring it out is how I like it. For those who haven't played Hitman, it's exactly what it says on the box. You play a Hitman. By the way, I didn't have enough space for a cookie cutter on this. I'm just making the last square of dough onto the pan there, which is the traditional way of finishing up, and that's always a test cookie. All right. So yeah, no, I like. So basically, you play a Hitman. You are given assignments to go kill certain people, and you have to figure out how to do it. And you can do it any way you want. And they're very good about giving you a lot of good environmental stuff, like you can drop a chandelier on a person and kill them, or you can poison their drink, or you can just shoot them in the face if you want to. Of course, usually there are a bunch of people around and have bodyguards and all that who will then hunt you down and kill you. But they do a lot of good stuff like that. A lot of good fun stuff. And also they have special things, like there's a fashion show level that's in this giant mansion in Paris. And so it's all filled with people everywhere who are going to look on you. But you can disguise yourself as one of the models on the show, and they actually have you walk the catwalk. But you can also, when one of your targets is out there, drop the entire lighting rig on them, and it will kill them and whoever else is out there with them. And you get points off for killing non-targets, but whatever works. You still succeed at the level. So they do fun stuff like that, and that's actually one of the core mechanics, is disguising yourself as other people. I'm kind of sad, and anyone who's been around me for more than 5 minutes know that I'm very sad that they're after they finished up the trilogy on Hitman, the Hitman reboot, and they say they'll go back to it, but after they did that, they're going to do a James Bond using the same engine and same general idea. And I'm a big fan of James Bond. Don't get me wrong, I like it. His stuff, it's it'll be interesting to see how they do it and all that. I wanted them to do Nobody Lives Forever, which I thought would have made a perfect game in that engine. For those who don't know, Nobody Lives Forever, or No One Lives Forever, was a game in, I want to say, late 90s, early 2000s. Yeah, I think it was early 2000s. And it starred a female spy in the 60s, and it was a similar kind of thing. They would give you a mission, you'd go out and accomplish the mission however you could, and it was very tongue-in-cheek, it was sort of halfway between James Bond and Austin Powers, but with a female lead, a British female lead, which was fun. But apparently the rights to that are all tangled up. Alright, so there is another 50 minutes on the washing machine, and there is another tray of cookies to go in, and I am going to think to myself for a second. I am going to clean this up as much as I can. Then I will get the Cuisinart stuff out of the washing machine and rinse it off by hand, because I think that's about where it is in the washing cycle, and then dry it and then put it into play. And I will, how much more time? Oh, actually we're about to take out the first batch of these butterscotch shortbread. See how they look. They look pretty good. I will say one thing about these butterscotch shortbread. I think I said gingerbread shortbread a minute ago, but the butterscotch shortbread, they don't smell like much when they're cooking. They smell a little bit like burnt flour. They taste much better. Don't worry about that. But don't expect the entire kitchen smells like butterscotch right now. No, that's not how it works, unfortunately. All right. So here, let me show kind of the before and after. So you can see they do not spread very much. The color doesn't change a whole lot. They're a little bit browner, but other than that, not especially much change. So, and I'm going to do the same method for cooling these off as I did before. I'm not turning the camera again just because I'm going to do more cooking on that side. And you've seen people put trays into the oven before. Alright, and I'm going to wipe off some of the chocolate spilled on the top of the stove, because I am going to use that later. Alright, let me just toss this here. Okay. Cheers. All right. We are now into hour 27 of this stream, I think. So let me switch recipe books here. Get back to this one. Actually, here. Alright, I'm going to put my notes for the rest of the show up here. And it's back up here. And oh, I have to look up which recipe we're doing. Coffee squares. We're back to the 1963 edition of the Betty Crocker Cookie Book. And not, like I say, a lot of my recipes are from the other, those sheets that my mom sent me. These, I also have a lot from here. Toffee squares, page 39. One fun thing about using old recipes is that sometimes things can change in them. None of the recipes that I'm talking about do, although this says 3 to 4 milk chocolate bars, 7/8 of an ounce each for one of the ingredients, and that's not a thing anymore. My mom actually gave me her recipe for fudge, which she got back in, I want to say, the 1950s, and it calls for a bar of chocolate. You know, the big ones that cost 39 cents. And it took me a while to piece out, but I think I figured out which size bar that is. I haven't had a chance to make it yet, so I'm putting together a recipe book for my nephews, so they don't have to go through what I did getting all the recipes. And just so we have, you know, sort of a family thing for that. But yeah, no, there were a lot of recipes. I was like, I have a craving for this dish we used to have as kids. I should get the recipe for that. So I have to call up my mom, and she'd try and remember what it was, or it would just be oh, it's just a bit of this and a bit of that, and like, well, could you be more specific? So there are some that I only got after she passed away, and I could go through her recipe books, recipe folders unimpeded. And we do have a secret family cheesecake recipe that is a whole nother story. That is one I'll put up for you guys to spend points on eventually. All right, this is me rambling, and I'm remembering to hydrate now. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna stop this and pull things out and rinse them and dry them and stuff. So hold on a second. As I get sprayed with scalding hot water. Yeah, that is the problem of taking things out at this stage, is that they are very hot. Fortunately, Cuisinart parts are plastic. So, but I'm not gonna be able to see for a minute as my glasses here. I'm just gonna take off my glasses for a minute and I'll let them defrost on their, or de-steam on their own. Alright, that is it rinsed out. We'll dry this off. Alright. So, well, now I have my glasses off. I can actually read this, but not from a distance. Scott just said, steamy. Yes, very steamy. So I didn't start wearing glasses until, let's say, my mid-30s. Lori can correct me if she wants. But I think it was not until my I want to say mid-30s. And before that, I always had really good vision, like better than 20/20. And so I'm still not 100% used to having glasses all the time. There have been times where I've just walked out the door without them. So anyway, so yes, I'm still constantly surprised, like, oh my gosh, I can't see because, I walked from a cold, the cold outdoors into the, I should be rinsing these off before drying. Well, I think the blades are okay. They looked really clean. But just to be sure, I'll rinse the rest of this off and cool it down a bit. Anyway, so yes, I'm... Alright. Sorry. So, Ska got glasses at 7. That's probably sounds about like Lori too. She got them when she was young, and she had a lot of correction she needed, to the point where, and you know, not complaining or anything, but she did have to wake me up in the middle of the night to know what time it was, because she couldn't read the clock without her glasses on. So, yeah, it's fortunately, then she got LASIK. Unfortunately, they made me watch while she got LASIK. Oh, need to rinse this off. So I was holding her hand through it because you have to be conscious through it. And the only place I could stand to hold her hand for it was right next to the monitor showing what the doctor could see. And I saw everything, and now I can never have that done to me because I would freak the F out because I saw everything. Lori's actually saying, you are so complaining, and they didn't make you. You sat there and held my hand, and the only place for you to sit was in front of the monitor. Yeah, that's what I just said. Although maybe you said that before I said it. Sorry, don't have my glasses on, I can't see. Also, since I'm right up next to the camera, while you can't see it, my eyeshadow is very sparkly tonight. So, all right. So let me just dry off the end here, and last piece, and actually I think I can put my glasses back on now, so I can actually see things while I'm doing stuff. And yes, now, I love my wife very much, and I would do anything for her, but I am wearing glasses, and yeah, I can, if I haven't put my glasses on that day, I can actually see pretty well without them, to the point where if it's dark or or not, just not very bright out, I don't always notice. As I said, it's unless I've had my glasses on all day, it's kind of the difference between standard def and high def, although that has gotten worse over the years. Let's see, wait, toffee squares, I'm gonna get the cup out here, and I'm gonna need a quarter cup. Nope. Okay. All right. Well, I'm just gonna do this, and I'll wash it as I go. Yeah. No. Scott says pretty. I thank you very much. I don't always see it, but I appreciate you saying it. It makes me feel better. Right. So. Let me clear some start this back up again so it finishes off. And I think this is going to be our last batch of cookies. If we finish this up before the regular show starts, maybe I'll do one of those bonus cocktails. Which reminds me, it's been enough time that I'm going to go ahead and remind folks again, I'm doing this marathon live stream, which I would have to bake these cookies anyway, but don't tell anyone. But anyway, I'm doing this to try and raise money for Lyra LB's pro bono legal work that she's doing in Atlanta. She has a GoFundMe page set up. I don't know if there's anyone lurking out there who hasn't seen it, but I'm going to put the URL in the chat again. And I am going to, there's a way to get those to automate, and I tried it with one at one point, and it didn't work, so I'll figure that out eventually. Anyway, also, for those in watching this on YouTube later on, if so, wow, okay, and, no, I appreciate you being there, and I'll put the link to her GoFundMe page in the chat. As a reminder, for every $100 we raise, I'm going to be adding a bonus cocktail to the end of tonight's show. We've already reached one of those milestones. Let me tab over to that page and see if we've hit another. Let's see, come on. Nope, no more donations so far. So please, if you can afford to donate, I would really appreciate it. I'm sure she would really appreciate it. And in case I'm saying Lyra LB and you don't know who that is, she goes by at PinkRagerLB on Twitter. So you should absolutely follow her there. She talks about a lot of stuff. Very good for not only trans news but also trans positivity. Really knows what she's talking about. Razor sharp wit, very funny. So definitely check her out and follow her. So and donate if you can at all afford it. I would really appreciate it. And besides, at this point we're only at one cocktail, one bonus cocktail. You are not gonna get this lady drunk that way. So, and actually, I might actually start. So, one of the cocktails we're doing on the show tonight is mulled wine, because that is a classic holiday drink, and I love it. But it takes a little while to warm up, so I might start that a little bit early, so we have it to start the show with. Right. Toffee squares. So, and actually, Lori, if you could do me a favor, this towel I've been using to dry stuff off with is getting a little soaked. So, if you could bring me one of the white towels from and actually probably another hand towel too. Thank you. And Lori also said in the chat that please donate more if you can. If Dana is tipsy, I'm more likely to be able to pick what we watch tonight when she collapses and I eat cookies. So yeah, that's not wrong. All right, so we need to heat the oven to 350. Well, it's already at 300, so we're just gonna, well, here, turn it back on, which sets it to 350 automatically. Let's see, look here. Get the hand towel as well.
Oh, I didn't realize you.
Sorry, I said, yeah. No, I said that late. Anyway, make sure this is really dry. So, yes, heat up the oven to 350, and it should be there pretty quick. We're going to need a cup of butter, because this is not a lightweight thing. And let's see. So we're going to want to mix the butter, sugar, egg yolk. Aha! Egg yolk! I knew it. Now I just have to figure out how to get one egg yolk out of the other. But that's a problem for future Dana. Alright, so first thing we're going to do is cut up this butter. Because again, we're going to cream it, and I just took it out of the fridge. So it is pretty darn cold already.
You have an assortment to choose from.
Oh. Here. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alright. Changed out the towels. Alright. So, I'm going to get the cutting board over here just because it raises things up a little bit. Actually, there's sugar on this. Let me clean that off. It's still dry, so I can just brush it off. If we're cutting anything directly on the board, I will wash it. But for right now, I'm just going to spread out the butter wrapper, and I'm going to cut on that. So, and this is where I remember that I did not actually set a timer for the cookies again. Right, I'm going to say they look like they need another 10 minutes, and I will check then. So, I'm just going to put this in thin slabs, then cut it in half. I don't didn't cut it in half earlier because the knife isn't that long. And then go back to doing that. So, let's see. Speaking of those donations again, I should say the other options we have for bonus cocktails are I could do the Cosmopolitan that I didn't do on our post-Thanksgiving show. I do have that all typed up and ready to go. I have my family recipe for eggnog, which is it's a little different. It's a little thinner than most store-bought eggnogs, which I like better. I think it's easier to drink. A lot of store-bought eggnogs are just way too thick. Scott says that I'm baking by smell with no timer. No, that does not work for me. It makes me twitch because I just can't do it. Anyway, I'm glad it works for you. It's not something I can do. I am pretty good at getting used to, I didn't set the timer. This looks about right. Anyway, so yes, eggnog, Cosmopolitan, let's see. Oh, I did find one that I've had in the past and is kind of a classic cocktail, and it's called the White Lady cocktail, because I figured, I'm a white lady, I should at least have this once. I can't remember anything about how it is. It's kind of a sidecar variant, but there are apparently a lot of different recipes for it. The original one used creme de menthe. The more recent one uses gin. So that's an interesting one. It's got a egg white in it. So that's going to be that's something I haven't done on the show, is a lot of drinks with egg in them, and that's 2 on this potential list. Let's see, what's the next? Let's see, I could look it up. I've got the list right there. I'm gonna try and remember though. I've got the classic bramble on there. So the classic bramble is one that I haven't really done on the show. I was going to do it on my self-indulgent episode because it has an ingredient in there that most people are not going to have, which is kind of it's called creme de mure, and it is a blackberry liqueur. And the only reason I make it, and I don't actually have creme de mure, but I do have a spiced blackberry cordial that I make every year. And I just finished up my last batch, and I would like to try and see how it is in this cocktail. So if you want to see me make one of those, although you can substitute in creme de cassis, and it will be, I'm sure, equally as good. But it was actually named for blackberry brambles. So, all right. So that is. All right, my paper towel has been used up. So here we go. Throw these away. Now some over here into the garbage can that I never remember to empty. All right, and then so we want to mix the butter. Got the full cup of butter in there. Sugar, egg yolk, and vanilla. So 1 cup brown sugar right here. Let me just get the brown sugar out. Canister in this bag. I'm now hoping we have a full cup of brown sugar here. Can't remember if I bought more or not. It's certainly going on the list regardless. Ooh, and actually this will be interesting because I need that for the hot buttered rum tonight too, so I am going to actually pause for a minute. It doesn't, well, it's going to be close. But I want to take some hot butter, or take the sugar I need for the hot buttered rum and set that aside. So, let me check my notes here. I think it's just a tablespoon, or a teaspoon, but might be 2 teaspoons. Oh, come on, where is it? Here we go. 2 teaspoons of brown sugar. So, and what would holiday baking be if you didn't run out of things and have to dash to the store at the worst possible time? Huh? Better, that's what it would be, but I mean, it's tradition? I want to say it's tradition. For me, it's tradition. Okay, come out of there. There we go. There we go. Alright, we'll take this and we'll set this off to the side for tonight. Alright, now let's see if we have enough for this. Otherwise, you can substitute just regular sugar with a little bit of molasses, but I think we should have enough. Just enough, but if I don't spill it everywhere. Alright, a little bit more here. Alright, and take this off for a second. Top. There we go. And maybe a smidge more there to make it nice and even. And now I add brown sugar to the shopping list. All right. All right. Right. So take a look. Those are starting to get done. A little bit early, so I'm going to go ahead and pull these out. Oh, I never moved the other ones over, so let me do that. No, pull them out. Thank you all again for hanging out with me today. I very much appreciate it. Sorry this is not the wild dance party that I'm sure you were all expecting, but this is just kind of what I do, and this is kind of my job. So, well, kind of my job at this time of year anyway. It's, as I said, the times that are, oh, I just realized I turned up the heat on these right at the end. Oh well. Anyway, the times that are, enjoyable family times and all that for just about everyone. If you have a homemaker or housewife in your life, and if you are a homemaker or housewife, you know what I'm saying is true. The times that are best for you are, the family times are the busy times for homemakers and for anyone who, even if that's not their official job, anyone who spends their time, basically decorating the house, baking the cookies, doing all that sort of stuff, that they're putting out a lot of work. So appreciate them, tell them you love them, and that you help them, or that you want to help them, and just pet their head and feed them chocolate. I think that's the best way to put it. Alright, I'm going to try and scoop this still whole egg yolk into here. These should probably have been there we go. Perfect. Oh, that was my timer telling me to take out the cookies I just took out. Right, so egg yolk, oh, and vanilla. What do we need for vanilla? We need a teaspoon of vanilla. All right. Alright, adding a vanilla there. And now we basically cream that all together and let it go for a bit. I don't know about all you, but my feet are starting to get tired. Shouldn't have done this in heels. You can't see my feet, right? Yes, I'm doing this in heels. Alright. And now I pull out the spatula that I should have pulled out earlier. Trying not to get my glasses fogged up this time. Only slightly, okay. The steam does activate my perfume though, so that's nice. Alright. Oh, I need to start the dishwasher again. Alright. Everyone still awake out there, or have I lulled you all to sleep? I suppose we're getting close to dinner time, especially for folks in other time zones. So maybe that's where folks are going. Alright, well, if you're there, I appreciate you, even if you're just lurking and just hanging out. So, just want to make sure again all the butter is mixed in. Alright, Lori says it's a soothing sound of the mixer. I can barely stay awake. Tanya Marie says, yep, just enjoying the Swedish meatballs now. Good. I hope you have a fantastic dinner. Winter Vesper says, not sleeping until after the wild dance party. Bad news on that front, but we'll see what we can do. So for the past, all the mini streams, after they were done, I've been trying to remember to raid over to DJs I like or other people I know who are doing stuff, and I always forget until after I end the stream and everyone's already left. And then last night when I actually did remember when there was a stream, there was no one on who was, especially, there were a lot of DJs on in that who I like, but no one that I wanted to really raid folks over to. So I felt bad because I think it was Monday, I raided over to this DJ named Circuit Witch, who admittedly she does either industrial music or J-pop sometimes at the same time. And so her music isn't to everyone's taste, it's not always to my taste, but she's really cool, and she does happen to be an alien who crash landed her spaceship into Canada, although it was totally not her fault, along with her space pig Pua, who is currently disguised as a regular Earth pig who appears on the stream. And if you you have to keep Pua happy, or he will eat the planet. Oh, and Pua is canonically gender fluid, and only she can tell when Pua has changed genders. So, by the way, one of the fun things you can spend points on in her channel is feeding Pua. So, Sorry, it's not Pua anymore because Pua is legally distinct from Disney's trademark, so it's now Poo Poo. Um, anyway, so her streams are always fun. But again, I forgot until everyone had left. Now, I'm going to add flour to this because that's what I'm here to do. I am going to add 2 cups of flour. And you can tell, by the way, this is a Betty Crocker cookbook because they specify that you should add gold medal flour, and which I'm just doing by coincidence, actually, but not because they told me to. And then also they like specify that you should use Kick cereal or things like that because it's the 60s. I used this cup for flour earlier. It is still clean, so I'm going to use it now. Or, well, it's, by clean I mean only has flour in it. So, adding 1 cup. And they say in here you should use the dipping method for flour. So there are all sorts of ways to measure flour. If you do any serious baking, everything should be done by weight. But most cookbooks are not written that way. So, especially they weren't in the 60s. So they use various methods. One is called the dipping method, where you just dip it in and level it off, and you're good to go. And that's the one I use for everything. Unless it says to use a certain weight of something, in which case I do have a kitchen scale, which I do recommend for folks. It is just super handy to have. All right, so I'm also supposed to add a 1/4 teaspoon of salt. So very little salt in this one. Here. And Lori, if you want to taste test one of the cookies, which I realize that's one thing I haven't been doing here, is taste testing the cookies. If Lori wants to come out and stand off camera and eat a butterscotch shortbread, and she can give her thoughts to the folks on camera or in the audience, you can certainly do that. Lori doesn't like to appear on camera, but I think her voice will travel enough so you can hear it.
You said butterscotch cookie?
Butterscotch shortbread. Here, I'll give you one of the first batch, which is cooled off. And it's a little less done. Here you go.
Thank you. Ooh,
But
it
you
has
have,
all of its arms.
yeah, I know. But you have to talk loud enough about how it tastes to talk.
Can people hear me?
Yeah, can everyone hear Lori? Okay.
I'm about to take a bite. That hopefully will not be audible to you, but after that.
Oh, yes, they can hear you.
Crunchy, buttery, lovely.
Does it taste like butterscotch?
Not entirely. Somewhat. Yeah, it's kind of a caramel butter flavor.
Mm-hmm. And there with a little bit of saltiness on the edge, if I remember right. Yeah.
And it gets softer the more you chew it. And I know everything you put in your mouth gets softer the more you chew it, but it holds integrity, so you get both the crunchy and then also the soft.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you very much.
Sweet tea.
Oh. And she's, as long as she's here and off camera, she is going to get herself some sweet tea. Do you need me to get your glass, or can you get that off?
I have my glass over there. And
Oh, okay.
Just stuff in front.
Okay. All right. So I have added the flour and the salt to this, and now I'm going to mix it all together. So let's see. I'm just shifting. So stir in flour and salt until dough is well blended. And again, I'm just going to use a Cuisinart here. Not going to try and overdo it. That's good to get it started. Now I'm just going to scrape the sides. Don't want to overblend this, but do want everything mixed in, and I'm too lazy to do it by hand. So,
Thank you, honey.
you're welcome. Glad you liked it. I will go back and taste one of the almond horseshoe cookies when I finish with this, or when I put this in the oven. So, all right. So that's actually I'm gonna call that pretty well. I'll give it one more pulse, and then I'll call that well blended. well mixed together, or whatever they said in the recipe. Yeah. So, all right, that's good. Now, what we're going to get out is a 13 by 10 pan, which is one of these. Pretty sure it's 13 by 10. I should probably measure to be sure. Actual ruler here, and it is, well, 10 here, and yeah, it looks like about 13. So if you remove the handles there, it's a little bit less, but pretty much the same. All right, so let me just make sure that there's nothing in here. There shouldn't be. It's been washed recently, but it's just a habit to rub it down. And again, I'm not trying to make double entendres, it just happens. All right, so I'm going to pull that out and pull this out. Well, here, actually. There we go. We're just putting this right straight in there. There's enough butter that it is not going to stick. Actually, let me double check that, but yeah, it just says spread in a rectangle about 13 by 10 or on a greased baking sheet. So that's, huh. Oh, I see what it's doing. Okay, so I am going to grease this. That's the problem with only making these things once a year. I always forget all the little details in there. So yes, you're not. It says just spread in a rectangle. I always use one of these pans, A, because it's the right size, and B, because that way you get nice crispy edges around the side. But I am going to grease it. I'm just using some Pam here. Other kitchen sprays are available. And I should be doing this over the sink, so I do, when I get the sides, it doesn't spray grease all over my counter. Alright, that looks pretty good. If anything, probably excessive, but it is what it is. Alright, and so I am just going to pop this out, push the motor back, and get all of this in here. And then I'm going to press it out into a square, or well, basically I'm just going to fill the space here. And keep going. All right. So how'd y'all like Lori's debut on the show? Wasn't she fantastic? I'm still trying to talk her into the whole magician's assistant outfit and all of that, but hell, I'd be happy if either of us wore that after my next surgery. So anyway, and now this is just one of my little tricks. Again, I'm not wearing gloves for this, so I'm just going to put down some cling wrap and use that to press everything into place. Yeah, that'll be good enough. And stop. Of course, it sticks to itself, as wrap is wont to do. But all I'm doing now is just pressing it to fill out the space. And yes, I am kind of compacting the dough down by doing this. It does end up resulting in a very dense cookie, but that's fine. That's kind of how toffee is, so it mimics what it's trying to mimic. So again, this is a classic recipe. It's a lot of the older recipes, like from the 50s and 60s and 40s and 30s, you'll find are trying to mimic other flavors that were not as easy to create at that time. Because, I'm trying to remember what someone said, that like bananas were not even readily available in the US until, what, the 50s or 60s? But, oh, Sonia Birch says, LOL had a long distance phone call come in that would not end. Anyway, here for a tad longer. That is absolutely fine. Oh, I should. So this morning, I got a call from my insurance company about my electrolysis. Now, here in the state of Washington, and this is important for any trans folks who don't already know this who live in Washington, insurance companies are mandated to cover all transgender care, even if they think it's just cosmetic. So they are supposed to cover hair removal, any trans affirming surgeries that are, would otherwise be cosmetic, like breast augmentation, what have you. Well, I have been, and that is true as of January this year. So I waited till January to get a lot of electrolysis done, and then I went out and I filed my claim, and fully expecting them to be like, "Oh, we aren't going to pay for this," and me say, "Haha, you have to." And that's kind of how it went, except that it then took 9 months for me to get them to cover the first ones, with them giving me inaccurate information, and eventually having to get the Washington State Insurance Commissioner involved. And as far as I can tell, the Washington State Insurance Commissioner, A, are amazing, and B, are just spoiling for this kind of fight. So that was good, but that meant, it took forever for them to pay. Now, and then I got a letter from them saying that not only were they going to pay, but they were going to pay, cover all of my electrolysis through the end of December, which is fine because in January we're switching insurance companies pretty much no matter what, because they've been kind of jerks about it. So anyway, this morning as I'm preparing for this stream, not much to do, of course, except, getting ready and setting everything up and trying to prepare. The insurance company calls and tries to get information. They say, "Oh, we have no record of ever saying that we were going to cover all of your electrolysis through the end of the year," and so on. And we go on and on like this for a while, me saying, "No, you absolutely did. Here, let me find the record." And them saying, "No, those numbers that you're giving me don't have anything in my system." And so on. Eventually Lori stepped in and it said, "Sort this out. This is not her problem that you don't have this information. Talk to the people in the right departments." Because it turned out the person who had signed that letter to me was much higher up on the food chain. By the way, so now that this is all pressed out, that's kind of how it looks. Just pressed the dough to the four corners of this. Have a little bit of an edge on the side. You can see a little bit of the grease separating it from the sides there. So we're going to stick this in the oven for 20 to 25 minutes, it says. Well, I'll put it in for 20 and see how it goes. All right. Anyway, and of course the person I was on the phone with was misgendering me and all that. And so eventually Lori just got on the phone and said, "You sort it out. She's got stuff to do, and you're just being a jerk." So I thanked Lori profusely, and then like 5 minutes before, after I had literally sent out all the things saying we're starting the show in 5 minutes, they called back again and said, "Oh, I just want to let you know I'm from a different department than the person you talked to before, and I'm still handling this, and you don't need to worry about that other person," and all that. And I was like, "That's great. I gotta go." So, and Sonia Burr says that she just wanted to let me know that she didn't abandon me. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. I didn't think you did, and even if you had left, I understand that folks have stuff that they have to do. I know that you have young ones out there that need your love and attention and all that, and I would not dare even try and compete with that. I just wanted to, I appreciate you being here for as long as you can be. I appreciate you all being here for as long as you can be. I know that it's, this is kind of a weird time to do this stream. I still have not figured out when to do streams on Twitch to get the most people here. Although last week was a little bit of an experiment, and it was interesting seeing how many people showed up on which days and all that. Um, but yeah, no, I appreciate everyone being here for as long as you can, or not. For example, Tanya Marie says I need to check out myself, but it's been fun watching / listening to you, enjoying the drinking part of the evening, and a wave. And thank you, Tanya, for showing up. I hope your Swedish meatballs were delicious. And I really appreciate you and everyone else being here tonight, helping me out. As I bake my Christmas cookies, just so I'm not alone here doing all this. Although usually when I do my Christmas cookies, I don't put on makeup first, but it's worth it's. I'll make that sacrifice for you, for all of you. Uh, I appreciate you all being here and all the support you've all given me over this past year of streaming. It's not. I think it's only been like 6 months so far. I can't even believe it. Gone from tank tops and shorts and having my hair up so I don't boil to death in the kitchen to seeing snow outside, and now just about getting ready for New Year's. It's been a wild ride, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Uh, Folks who can't make it tonight, folks who will make it in the future. Thank you very much for all of your support. Thank you for enabling me with this crazy idea. It was I honestly, this whole thing started when I was standing in the shower, and I was like, if I ever did a streaming show by myself, what would it be? Well, I don't know. The idea of drinking with Dana, the title just came into my head. Well, what would that mean? And it evolved into the show you've seen, and it's just been a pleasure and a lot of fun hanging out with all of you. Just it's been great. So thank you all. Those who've donated to me, those who've donated to the cause we're raising money for tonight, I appreciate. And those who haven't donated at all, I still appreciate you just for showing up. I when I first started this off, I thought that I was going to do about 3 shows, no one would watch, and I'd give up. And each time I've thought about giving up, someone has said something. Usually Winter Vespers has said something that has just hit me right to the heart, and I'm like, well, I guess I can't quit now. Because you've all just been great and amazing, and it's been a joy. And especially in the time of pandemic where I can't see a lot of you in person who I know in person. A lot of you, I don't think I've spoken about this on the show, but my dad isn't doing real well in terms of health, and so I've had to be extra special careful with COVID, and knock on wood, I have not gotten it yet, but if I do, that means I can't see my dad, and I want to keep seeing my dad, so I haven't been able to see everyone as much as I'd like. Seeing all of you on this stream, in the chat, talking about it in other places has meant the world to me. It's been great. So, and now before I get too maudlin, it's 5:30, which is a little too short a time to do another batch of cookies. This one isn't quite done yet, and I got another 15 minutes on that. I'm just going to clean up the kitchen, see where we are, and I might start the mulled wine a little bit early. And those who tune in at the regular time, well, we'll fill them in. They're still going to get 2 cocktails, at least. So I'm going to be on and off camera for a little bit, just to put things away and clean up. I'll still be here, don't worry. So hold on. I just realized I still have to try the 2 cookies that are in the fridge, so I can let you know how those are. And I need to get a container out for these ones, which That means I need to remember where I put the container for it. And oh my lord, my knees. Alright. Alright, hold on a second here. Hopefully you can't see me on camera right now. I think it's under here. Yep, there it is. Alright. Oh. See, this is what I say when I'm getting old. My knees have given out. Alright. And I know you have me trumped on age, but I just look young. It's all the surgeon's fault. Alright. So. Alright. So everyone has said bye to Tanya. Alright. So this is a container I'm going to put the shortbread cookies in. It's got a experimental label on it from my days in the lab, and this is where I encourage you, if you work in any sort of lab, any place they have any sort of warning labels that, if you can, grab a couple extra and put them on your containers for that kind of thing, because people will find them hilarious.
And return your stuff to you.
And return your stuff to you because they'll know whose it is. Alright, so. Lori, who's sitting just out of camera, would you like the test cookie from the butterscotch shortbread?
Of course.
It may have gotten a little overdone.
You know what? I don't care.
There you go.
Thank you, sweetie.
You're welcome. All right. So. All right. Yeah, I am running out of conversation starters here. Let's see. So I know folks out there probably celebrate a lot of different holidays. We celebrate a very secular version of Christmas, a very non-religious type of one. I know a lot of folks out there celebrate Yule, I'm sure there's plenty of folks out there who celebrate Hanukkah and other holidays, probably even Festivus. Well, that's what I should. So I don't know if you've noticed on the flyer for these streams, I put as many religious symbols of different faiths as possible. There's a lot of overlapping ones. See if you can find them all. Even got Diwali in there, which I'm not technically sure all that much about it. I just know it's a festival of lights, and I want it to be inclusive, and I love you all. Anyway,
it's about celebrating.
It's about
with your family and bringing light into a dark world.
So, Lori, if you didn't hear that, said it's about celebrating with your family and bringing light into a dark world, which is something I want to support.
Which is how my coworkers explain it to me, since I'm not.
Which Lori says is how her coworkers explained it to her. Anyway, so yeah, I put as many on there as I could. I just realized now I could have put a Festivus poll in there pretty easily, even with my crummy art skills. So I was hoping it would be childlike and not, I guess quaint is a word, but charming, I guess. So anyway, so yeah, what is everyone else out there doing for the holidays? Or are you just taking it a nice, peaceful time to be by yourself or be with the folks you love, be with your found family. Anyone doing anything exciting, or just curling up with a good book? And Winter Vesper says that might not be the only reason for returning a jar filled with a biohazard symbol or the like. Yes, absolutely. That is not something I did not think of. I still have some biohazard disposal labels from my time working at a lab at the University of Washington. Way back in the day. So, all right. Let me see here. I'm trying to get things. You're seeing the behind the scenes stuff that normally happens when the camera isn't rolling. Me frantically trying to, if not clean the kitchen, at least get stuff out of people's line of sight, so I can, load the dishwasher later or, whatever. So, Scott says that they're having the holidays at home, which, sounds nice, honestly. We were trying to get some time after the holidays for just sitting around and just having at least a week off. But unfortunately, my brother's plans did not work with that, and so we're heading down to, and also I'm going to be doing another show after the holidays. After Christmas anyways. I shouldn't say all the holidays because it will be the New Year's Eve show. So we're actually going to go down and see him before that. But we should have at least a few days to kick back and relax and not do much. At some point I have to figure out what all I'm going to do for the New Year's Eve show. No, I'm not going to. So as Lori quizzically and rather alarmedly said in the background, you're going to do a show on New Year's Eve? I'm not going to do a show on New Year's Eve. That is time for Lori and I to snuggle on the couch and watch the second Thin Man movie. However, I do have, so the next scheduled show, because I do them every 2 weeks, normally, not this past week, but in the future I could do them every 2 weeks, hopefully, would be on December 28th, which is a few days before New Year's Eve, which will give you time to watch the show and get any supplies you might need for the things I make. So that's just going to be on the regular format, normal format of the show. I'm going to do 2 drinks and a snack. I'm thinking that for one of the drinks, I'm going to do a 1800s version of a champagne cocktail, which is a very simple drink, very nice though. I really like it and have drunk many of them because they're so easy to make. But I'm trying to think of what I want to do for the next 2 for the food and the other drink. So if folks have any requests, I'm also looking for more ideas for the for my I wanted to someday do an episode of things I've never had before, and so far our regular viewer Ogre has suggested a Guinness Punch, so I'm going to do that. There's Coquito is a drink, and there's 2 that, one is a sort of the coconut version of eggnog, and the other is sort of a variant on a daiquiri with South American version of rum. And I always get the 2 names mixed up. So I'm going to do the rum one at some point. I wanted to make the eggnog variant, and I was thinking about doing that for tonight, but it just makes an enormous batch, and I don't know if I would like it. So if I'm going to make it, I'm going to make it for a group when we can actually have groups again. like I say, I'll think of something if no one has any great suggestions. There are a few other things I would like to try sometime. There's one, and I think I've mentioned this before, that my friend Jen Giggles, who is one of it's the person who ran the Thirsty Sword Lesbians game on the Transverse for us for all those years. Well, all right, for that year. uh, Basically, I was thumbing through a old cocktail book at one point, and it's basically a cocktail book from the 1800s that someone had updated and turned into another book, which I also own, but I actually have a copy of that original book. And so I was thumbing through it, and I burst out laughing because one of the recipes was for bimbo punch. And and the server that I was talking about all this on is the kind of people who would find that hilarious. And it's like, I was going over these ingredients going, this is not going to make my boobs nearly big enough to be a bimbo, and not with these ingredients. Oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong recipe. And such. So she decided she wanted to make it, and she did, and it's apparently kind of amazing. So I would like to do that on the show. The only problem is you need to infuse stuff into alcohol, and so it doesn't really fit in the regular format. It might be the kind of thing where I film part of it in advance and then just broadcast that and then go into the second half of the drink making. I'm going to have to figure that out. So, but in the meantime, let's start actually getting ready to do the mulled wine. And I'm actually going to, excuse me here for a second. I step off screen for a minute. All right, so let me wash my hands, and then I will get that going. Oh, and like I say, we're not quite done with the coffee squares yet. There is a couple more steps here. All right. Oh, and they're going to come out in about a minute, so I better hurry. And I put away, of course, the cookbook before I got this far. So, what I want to do is, I looked up toffee squares 39. All right. So I need. Oh, that's what I need to do. I need to do math. So, 7 divided by 8 times, let's say 3.5. And yes, I still do have my graphing calculator, or not graphing, but scientific calculator from high school. It's solar powered. I never need to change batteries, and I love it. And it's very useful in the kitchen for when you want to check your math. All right, so I need about 3 ounces of chocolate chips. These are milk chocolate chips. But first I need to take that out of the oven so it doesn't get overcooked. Here we go. All right. Turn off the oven. This is what it looks like, nice and golden brown. So because I have nice stone countertops, I'm just going to set that there for a minute. Actually, I'll still put a trivet down. I don't have to, but doesn't hurt, and I could always be wrong about what I'm allowed to put on the counters. All right, so I need to weigh out 3 ounces of chocolate. And again, I'm using milk chocolate here because that's what the recipe calls for. So, and I'm sorry, I've moved down to where I'm out of camera range. But to describe it for you, I've got here, actually, I'll just move it. Got my scale and a bowl sitting on top, and it is set to now ounces. And I'm going to weigh out a little over 3 ounces here. And a couple more. All right, and what we're going to do is then just sprinkle those over the top of the hot cookies. And what will happen is that the heat of the cookies will melt that chocolate, and then we'll spread a nice even coat over the top. And one thing I will say about this is, unlike most things, it is possible to have too much chocolate on these. I have done that before because I am a big chocolate fan, but you can throw off the ratio, and just you have to be. I'm just getting the chips away from the edges so it doesn't just stick to the pan. But just otherwise, I'll be patient and let them melt at least a bit more. All right. So, all right. And yeah, it's need to let them melt a little bit more than that. I'm being impatient, as always. Set that on the edge there. Actually, I might add a couple more just to make sure I get a nice good coating, but trying not to go overboard. So, all right. I'm sorry if I'm getting a little quiet now. Like I say, this is my first time ever doing something this long. I mean, if you watched Drinking with Dana from the start, then you know I have not done too much of this kind of thing at all. And this is the first time I have done anything like this. You know, it's the first time I've done it on my own, with me being the only person on camera. Drinking with Dana is, that is. And then also, this kind of thing is the longest I've ever been on screen. This particular episode, that is, this live stream. So, I honestly did not. I just walked in here in an abundance of confidence and figured it would all turn out. So, how's that working out? Alright. Also, because I know you are all kind, wonderful, and forgiving people, and if I felt flat on my face, you'd still love me. So, thank you for that. You've given me permission to try new things, and still been wonderful, and I appreciate that. That is an incredible gift. Not everyone gets that in their lives, and I appreciate that you all have given it to me. Right, it's cool enough I can touch the edges of the pan, so I can move the thicker bits around a little bit. Alright, so I suppose I could start talking about TV shows everyone has been watching lately. We're way behind on our TV watching, so we have lists and lists of stuff. And we're also kind of in a mode these days where we're just watching what we call comfort food watching at this point. You know, stuff where it's not, not too dark, ones where we're pretty sure the main characters are going to live. The people we care about are going to live. And no one's too big of a jerk. Or if they do, they get their comeuppance. One of our favorite shows these days, we have a few comfort food watchings. Leverage is, of course, always my favorite show, and they've got a new season of the sequel series, Leverage Redemption. Highly recommend those shows to everyone. Basically a con a week or heist a week show, and they're always fun, amazing characters. Definitely recommend them. Also now realizing I usually do the spreading out with a brush rather than a spatula, and I think that might have been the wiser choice today, but, well, too late now. Let's see. Also love Actually uh, on Dropout, which is a very fun game show. Basically, a very very nerdy game show. It's a show where they basically the premise is they read an incorrect statement about something like science fiction, fantasy, something nerdy, and then you have to buzz in and correct them by saying, actually, it's this. Oh, Ska says, and we appreciate you, and Winter Vespers agrees, and you folks are so fantastic. I cannot thank you enough. You have boosted me up so much. Times when I would have given up otherwise. I cannot thank you enough. So, all right. Anyway, so yeah, that is a very fun show. They even have shiny questions where they even say that these shiny questions are just like normal or like shiny Pokemon. They're worth the same as everything else. They're just a little rare. So they do fun things with that. And the last question every game involves real life skills. So you have to not only know all the nerdy stuff, but you also have to know about real life stuff as well. All right. So again, I should probably have used the brush here. Let me get the brush out and use that to get the last little bits around the edges, because otherwise I'm going to scrape off the coating I've got on there. All right. There we go. That's going to cover things up. And unfortunately, it's cooling down a bit now, so I'm in danger of starting to tear off some of the top coat. So actually, I'm just going to leave it like this. Should have got the brush out earlier, but such is life. So this is what it looks like now. Basically, thin layer of chocolate over the top of the cookies. So I am now going to cut these so that once it cools, I'll just be able to pop them right out. So just regular knife, and yes, I should probably use something else because it's gonna probably scratch the nonstick coating on here, but it is what I have to use. And like I say, I want to get this done before it completely cools. And I'm just cutting them into roughly 1-inch squares. I'm trying to get as straight a line as possible, but I'm always really bad at doing that. And there. And, it doesn't have to be perfect. They will taste the same regardless. Oh, the other thing I should point out is that the recipe says you can put nuts over the top of this. I believe it is ground walnuts, but you can put any kind of nuts on there. I should probably check that. We don't do that because, again, Lori does not like nuts, so I don't tend to put a lot of nuts in things. And I can kind of take or leave them anyway. Do like peanuts, but any other kind of nuts, not so much. So there's. All right. We'll set these off to the side and let them cool, and we will have them with the mulled wine when it's ready. So, let me clean stuff up a little bit over here. All right. And then I will close up those. Okay. Normally, by the way, I've used just Hershey bars for that recipe, and I probably should just because I wouldn't have as much left over. But I do always end up having like one or like a half a Hershey bar left. Not a really big fan of Hershey bars, so I don't actually do that. Oh, and let me double check that thing I said earlier about walnuts. 39. Sure. It just says half cup chopped nuts, which I think they mean walnuts, but you could also probably use pecans or anything like that. Again, actually, you could probably use peanuts, and it would probably be really good, but I've never done that. I just leave the nuts off. It is optional. So, all right, it is, it's 6 o'clock, which is time to start the regular show. So, let's get the mulled wine recipe out. Yeah. I have a lot more pages of notes than usual. All right. So I got this recipe from epicurious.com, and it's Epicurious. I don't know if it's still owned by Bon Appetit. Used to be. I know they've had some problems in recent years, but I got this recipe before then, so I'm going to keep using it. All right, I do need to gather a couple of ingredients first. I need one of these little tea bags to put stuff in. I need cinnamon stick. I need... Oh, and actually, I can now move to a new recipe. There we go. That is the giant list of ingredients for the mulled wine. Does it have black pepper in it? Yes, it has black peppercorns and cloves. And we need lemon zest and orange zest. And I need to grab something off my bar that I left over there. Alright, so move all this so it's on the camera. There we go, and alright, so that get some measuring cups. Excuse me. Oh, and I'm going to have to wash one of these quarter cups in here, which I, of course, buried at the bottom of this pile. Let's see. There's one. Alright, I'll just wash it by hand, try not to get any water on the chocolate from the cookies. Alright, dry this off real quick, and then I should probably grab a drink of water, and then we will go to it. Suppose I should have done the hello everyone and welcome to Drinking with Dana, but I think everyone's been here for a while, so you are all continued to be welcome to Drinking with Dana, our big marathon charity stream. Well, I shouldn't say charity because I think it's technically just a GoFundMe. Not sure you can deduct it from your taxes or anything, but it's for a good cause. All right. Oh, I need to dry it. Well, no, it's gonna have some water in it anyway. It's gonna be fine. And also, welcome to Dana's slow descent, or not that slow descent, into madness. So, all right. So Scott says, "Yay, so many cookies!" Absolutely, yeah. We got through quite a few of them. We got through the noodle clusters, the horseshoes. We got through the butterscotch shortbread, and now the toffee square. So that is pretty darn good. I'm pretty happy with that. I'll just do it this way because Yeah, that'll probably be for the best. All right. So this recipe originally called for uh, for 4 cups of red wine from 2 bottles of wine, and I I was just gonna get 1 bottle. Or actually, I think I'd already gotten the 1 bottle until I realized that I needed 2. So I'm just gonna make a slightly smaller version, and I've scaled this down so that it only requires that. Um, I think I've gotten all of the recipe, or I've gotten it all the math right. If I didn't, then you can if we try it tonight, it doesn't look good. I'll send you the link on epicurious.com, or see if Lori will look that up for me. So, um, all right, get my corkscrew out. It's very fancy. It comes in a little pouch and everything. Um, and then we're gonna need later. But let's start off, and normally, well, all right, let's do this the way I've got it written in the recipe, just so I don't get lost. So I'm gonna take out one of these little disposable tea bags. Very useful. Got it at an Asian grocery store. Very useful for things like this, where you don't want all of your spices just floating around free in your drink. We want 6 whole cloves in here, and some of these things are not going to sound like we have very much, but it is, allow me to assure you, a little goes a long way. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, perfect. So 6 cloves, and we need 3 whole black peppercorns. And you can obviously you can adjust these up or down as you want. I tend to add more black pepper, but today I'm gonna stick to the rules. Only put 3 of them in there. All right, and then zipping ahead, we are gonna need a cinnamon stick in there. So I'm just gonna take one out now because I think those are the only things that go in the into the spice pouch. The rest is lemon zest and orange zest. Um, so I'm just gonna try and get that in there and then start breaking it off. This is a very crumbly cinnamon stick. It is someone looked it up last time we were here. I think it may have been the real Bolthy. It might have been someone else who looked up. Actually, no, it was Darth Christoph looked it up and found out what the actual types. I think one's like, oh, I forget. But anyway, there are 2 different types of tree bark that are considered to be cinnamon, and one is a lot more common in the U.S. than the other. I like this stuff because it crumbles really well, which means you get a lot more flavor out of it. So, all right. So we're gonna stick that in there, and I'm not gonna worry about it. It's just gonna float around. I've got these lemon and orange there, which I have not this time taken the peels off of, or the stickers off of. And I think I put out the little factoid that the stickers on them are actually edible because they have to be. The FDA mandates it. So we want 3 strips of orange zest and 3 strips of lemon zest, and I think they said on the actual recipe how long they had to be. I'm just gonna do probably one really long one of each, and figure that's probably about the right amount. I think there were like 3 1-inch strips, but then I was only doing 3/4 of what we were doing, so I guess it would be 3 3/4-inch strips. But that looks about right. This is one of those recipes that you can play around with a little bit, alter it to taste. Also alter it a little bit to, because any wine you're going to put in there is going to be a little bit different. Taste it, and if something doesn't taste quite right, add a little bit more of whatever it needs. And here we go. Another nice long strip. Ooh, actually hit down to, I cut that one a little too deep, but so there's gonna be a little pith and a little bit of juice in there, but that's fine. Um, Never done that before. It's a really thin-skinned lemon. All right, so three strips lemon zest. Well, one really long strip, and now we go to the red wine. I am using the classic $2 chuck, which is no longer $2. Let me tell you. But I'm just using their red blend. You know, honestly, this stuff is perfectly usable, perfectly drinkable. You know, it's not anything that's gonna knock your socks off, but it's, you know, you would not choke to death if you were handed a glass unless you were, I guess, allergic to something in red wine or something. Anyway, it's fine. The old rule, you know, and it goes double or triple for cocktail making, is if you wouldn't drink it, don't cook with it. This I would happily drink a glass of, so it's fine. It's fine for this. And also, you don't want to use a really expensive bottle of wine for this because all of those nuances and flavors are just going to either boil off or be covered up by all the spices and that kind of thing. So yeah, don't waste anything good. Get something cheap but drinkable. So, all right, I am going to pour out 3 cups, and I don't know if you can see this. Got a measuring cup here. Hold it up. See, well, actually, I'm going to put it on a flat surface because that's how you measure things. I am sorry, lab skills just will not let me not do that. And that is almost exactly a bottle, a little bit less than a bottle. There's like 2 sips there. You know, I'm just gonna pour them in just to. So yes, just use a bottle of wine for this, or take a couple of sips just to make sure it's good. I know this stuff is fine. This stuff is good for this. Then you pour that in, and then we are going to add 1/3 of a cup of Kirschwasser. So we've got our other measuring cup, a lot smaller to be more accurate. This is very cheap Kirschwasser. It is, Kirschwasser is cherry brandy. You use it for a lot of German drinks, a lot of mulled wines, a lot of things like that. I think it was more popular in the 70s. But yeah, now I think you're more likely to find maraschino or something like that than your Kirschwasser. But this recipe calls for it, so that's what I'm going to use. So, not very much. It's about 3 ounces, a little bit less than 3 ounces of this for that whole thing, basically a whole bottle of red wine. I could probably have, scaled up a little bit, but there we go. And then we want a 1.5 cups of water in there too. And I'm just, let's see. All right. My eyes are going along with my brain here, so let me take a look at it here. And in case you're wondering, this is a lot for one person to drink. So probably what I'm going to be doing is I'll have a glass of it tonight, maybe another 1 or 2 after the show, depending on if we hit some of those milestones. And then I will just pour it into a bottle to save for later, and maybe have some over the next week or so. It should stay good. It's got enough alcohol in there. It should stay good for a while. And then I am going to, the other thing we needed to stick into the pouch, but it's too late now, is a vanilla bean. And you're supposed to have this and scrape out the seeds and put those all in as well. I'm going to see if I can do that. This is my last vanilla bean, and it is pretty dang old. So, and I'm actually going to move this onto the stove for just a second. Hopefully you'll be able to see what I'm doing here, because this is actually an important technique. for working with vanilla beans. So, what I am doing, and by the way, if you ever have a chance to buy, basically, if your grocery store has a bulk foods or bulk spices aisle, that's the place to get your vanilla beans because they will be far more cheaper than buying a vanilla bean in a little jar or something like that. 'Cause those will be super expensive. You used to be able to get them for a lot cheaper. All right, so what I'm going to do, basically stab a knife into the vanilla bean. Like I say, this is very old, pretty dried out, so should be able to taste fine.
Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. Lori is fine over there. But you want to put the knife in, and then actually, well, yeah, you want to try and pull. You want to either pull the vanilla bean through or drag your knife along, and then you open up the two halves of the vanilla bean, and you use the back of your knife, and you again just scrape it along the edge. Well, in this case, I'm going to use the tip because it's so dried out. And actually, I'm going to do this over the pan now too. Yeah, this one, if you had a fresher bean that actually, again, talking about beans and tips and things, but if you had a fresher bean, you could just drag it along. But this, I'm just running the tip of the blade down to get all of the seeds out, or as many of them as I can. And then go the other way. Do it away from yourself, of course, so you don't cut yourself. And then dump the pod in as well. So I'm going to do the same. I did not get a real straight cut here, but and it'll hydrate up as it goes. So it's okay that the bean is in fact pretty dried out right now. It still has all the flavor. It'd be better if I had a fresher one, if only because it'd be easier to work with. But this is fine. It's what we got. Okay. All right. So again, trying to scrape this out. This is the skinny end of the pod. I'm just going to dump that one in because I don't think I'm going to be able to scrape anything out of that. And it just broke off anyway. All right, so you folks must be just sick of hearing my voice at this point. I am so sorry. I promise future shows will be shorter. Alright, so that one goes in, and a little chunk that was on there goes in, and I'm not going to scrape up all the stuff on the cutting board. It's fine. So, the only thing left is 3/4 of a cup of sugar. This should be dried out now. And I add just 3/4 of a cup of regular plain white sugar here. So 1 here. 2. And 3 go in, and now we put this on the stove, and I'll turn the camera around in just a minute. Although all you're gonna see is me setting this on a burner and turning the heat up to, I want to say, just above low, because we want it to get up warm, but not much past a simmer, and that's just to get the sugar dissolved. You want it to be warm but not boiling, I guess is the best way to put it. And I spilled a little bit of wine on the counter, so we go through another paper towel. All right, we can get rid of this. So while that is warming up, we now realize that we have to wash the Cuisinart again. Yay! Because what we are doing next is making Grandma Preeby's vegetable dip. So, first of all, is there anyone still out there? Sorry, the chat's gone quiet a bit, which is fine. I think we're all kind of tired here, but I'm just seeing if folks are still up to keep going on. If so, I'll keep making stuff as long as you stick around. Otherwise, I might save a couple things for next episode, and we'll do it then. But in the meantime, I guess I'll start washing the Cuisinart again. Actually, I should probably take a look. See who else out there. I can actually see chat here. Alright. Okay, there's still quite a few folks out there, both subscribed and not. So thank you all for being here. Alright, I will keep going as long as you guys are still with me here. Scott says, we watch cooking shows here all day, so alright, well, I'm happy you chose mine. And Winter Vespers waves at me with a little wavy, very adorable wavy emote, where did you get that? That is adorable. Alright, well, I will clean out that Cuisinart and we will go to making Grandma Preeby's vegetable dip. While I'm doing that, I am going to, actually, I'm going to get a drink of water because my throat is now really sore. So Lori and I run live action role playing games at conventions. I think that's no secret. We've talked about it before. I even showed the book that we wrote about it before. And at the end of running one of those games, you have to, if you're running, you have to basically shout constantly throughout one of those games. And after just 3 or 4 hours, my voice, even back when I was using my old voice and wasn't trying to sound femme or anything, just was trash. And so now, even just trying to talk in femme voice, and I should note that normally, and this is what my voice therapist says, you shouldn't, if your femme voice is making your throat sore, then you're doing something wrong. You should actually, it should be a normal voice that doesn't hurt your throat. Which is why one of the reasons why my voice is still pretty low, even when I try and do the actual right voice, it's still pretty low. But just talking all day today has left my throat a little on the sore side, and I think that is not necessarily because I'm doing the wrong voice, although I haven't been doing the right femme voice all day. Instead, I think it's because I'm not used to talking this much anymore. Thank you for the practice in talking. Okay. So, and I have to say that's also, it's good practice for trying to think of conversational topics, because as a hostess at a party like this, and this is, quite frankly, is our holiday party this year. So, as a hostess at a party, you should be able to keep, your guests, conversationally entertained, start up topics which will get people talking and all of that. And I am apparently out of practice, so thank you for this practice. Alright, so, as part 1 done, I'm also going to get a spoon and start stirring this mulled wine, because I want to make sure all the sugar dissolves. I also want to make sure that the spices get evenly distributed in there. And yeah, there are little vanilla beans floating around in there. I'm actually going to turn that down just slightly. All right, so again, nothing really to see over there. It's just sitting in the pot, warming up. Thought I heard a couple of bubbles, but that was about it. So, washing the rest of the Cuisinart. Again, most exciting thing going on Twitch right now. Middle-aged trans lady cleans her kitchen. This is the terrible trans agenda they've been warning you about. Not being prepared after baking cookies to actually make snacks after. Actually, is this the trans agenda or the gay agenda? I get them mixed up. I should really take notes on that sometime. At the next meeting, someone remind me to take notes. I need to know what we're supposed to be scheming about. I mean, not that we have time to scheme much lately, but, you know, good to keep your hand in. Alright. So, part number 2 in the Cuisinart. Alright, here's the top. I'm just gonna... I have to wash this piece by piece. Okay. This is... Alright. I suppose I could have tried doing it in the mini Cuisinart, but I've had so many problems. I've got the tiny little mini Cuisinart over there by the blender, and I've made dips and things in it before, but especially with sort of thicker dips, it doesn't really have the power in the motor to really handle it. It just, I don't know, it just doesn't quite work, and it doesn't quite mix well enough. It's supposed to be a spice grinder, although the first time I actually chopped spices in there, I was making a 5-spice powder, it clouded up the bowl immediately. And that was, I think, because I had some cinnamon sticks in there, and I had the not crumbly kind. So, yeah, I don't know. I still like it. It's still good for some things, but not quite as wonderful as I'd hoped. And I'm a full-on Cuisinart fangirl. I'm not gonna lie, my blender is Cuisinart, both food processors are Cuisinart. I have an ice cream maker that's Cuisinart. By the way, I'm stirring the mulled wine again. I turned the heat down to just above low, just to warm it up but not get it too hot. Anyway, so yeah, I love a lot of Cuisinart stuff. Lately, I've not been as impressed with their quality, but you know, in general, they're a pretty good company. I no longer think that you should necessarily have to pay a premium for their stuff after I've had some sort of negative things go on with some of my equipment, but in general, I would still probably pick them over some of the other brands. Okay, last piece. I should probably tell you about Grandma Preevy's vegetable dip. I honestly don't know that much about it. I don't know where she got the recipe or when she made it. I got the recipe from my mom. Grandma Preevy, my maternal grandmother, paternal grandmother, came to the U.S. from England as a young girl, I believe, fleeing the first. Would that be right if she fled the First World War? Honestly, I don't remember that much about her history. She didn't talk that much about it, and in her elder days, she had some memory problems, so it was a little late to ask that much about it. The rest of my family probably knows better. I'm the youngest. But anyway, this was, let's put it this way. My mom was not a big fan of my grandmother's cooking, and I'm not sure if that was because she was English or just not a very good cook. And sorry to my English friends out there. I know some English cooking is great, but I am still going to persist in teasing you about it because I can. No, I'm sorry. But it was one of the few things my mom trusted my grandmother to fix, even in her, as she was getting up there. So I wanted to get the recipe so I could make it myself, because it is a really nice, easy dip, good to go with vegetables. The big problem I have. All right, now we got this out. I'm going to clean up so you can actually see what I'm doing here. Let me put some things away. So the problem with a lot of dips, especially in a party setting, is that basically they're too thin. So either you need some sort of bowl or you need to stand next to the bowl as you're dipping your stuff in, because otherwise it's just going to run all over your plate. This solves that problem by being nice and thick. It is a fairly chunky dip, and that actually works out really well. So, actually, I need to get something, and I will be right back. And it's going to take me a minute because I actually need to go outside because I forgot to grab some green onions at the store today. So I'm going to see if I can get some out of the garden before they freeze into the ground. I'm actually going to put this on a bit of a pause for a minute so I can use the ladies' room as well. So I'm going to just say, be right back. right, I'm back. Good news and bad news. Good news is I did find some green onions out there. Bad news is that our local bunny population has been active. So this is all of the this is all the green onion I found that wasn't completely just chewed down to the ground. And thank you, Winter Vespers, for welcoming me back. By the way, Lori is of the strong opinion that the bunnies are cuter than anything I grow, so they get free reign out there. So that's why my bunny, and actually she's not wrong, they're cute. So just if you were to reproduce this recipe, use 2 full green onions and not just whatever I've managed to find here, which we're calling 2 green onions, despite all appearances to the contrary. Also, these 3 were apparently 1 onion originally, so I am having to kind of disengage them from their base, and then I'll try and wash them. But yes, usually, and I'm not gonna lie, growing green onions out there has saved my skin on more than one occasion when I have forgotten exactly this. So I cannot complain too much that this is all I got this time. I can't even be that mad at the bunnies because it is winter and they are doing what they have to do, and bunnies are cute and stuff. So I'm just right now literally just getting the dirt off of them and any sort of nasty looking layers of the skin, and then I will cut off anything that's been bunny nibbled because it just seems like the right thing to do. Alright. Yeah, that layer should come off. Okay. Calling that one good. And, well, except for cutting off the tip there. And only the tip. And here. That one, and you know, literally, I wrote myself a note yesterday that when I was getting celery this morning for this, because I had forgotten to get celery up until this morning, I should also get green onions, and that part just didn't click in my brain. So, again, cooking with ADHD. But adapt, adopt, improve, and such. So, we will get through this. We'll make this work. And so, I'm just going to again cut off the base. This, for those who like to garden or are thinking of gardening, so these are all basically what I do for my green onions is I just get a sort of a bundle of Walla Walla sweet onion starts, and then just plant those, and then I just use them when they're green onions. If they get to full-size onions, that's great. Usually they don't around here, although lately I've been having some good success with that. And then, yeah, so, so if they get to big onions, great. If not, I just use them as green onions, and that's fine. Also, you can take the roots off of the green onions you get at the store and just plant them in the ground, and they'll grow back up again. So that is another thing to do. So where are we? All right. So I am supposed to get, and this is the recipe I got for this is literally just this list of ingredients and mix them together. So that's what we're doing. Hold on a second here. One more thing I got to get out of the pantry. This time I don't have to go outside for it though. Where is it? Oh, there it is. All right. All right, so I'm going to well, let's start with 8 ounces of sharp cheddar, and it says grated there. Now, again, that's what the recipe says, and I'm going to ignore the recipe because I've got a food processor that I just spent a lot of time cleaning, and it is going to take time. It's going to save me time uh, by doing the grating for me. Now, you can use it, you can grate this if you were mixing it by hand, which I'm sure how it was originally done, then you would want to grate it. But if you're using a food processor, you just put it in there and it'll chew it all up for you. I'm just going to, by the way, it calls for 8 ounces of sharp cheddar. That is one brick from the store. One of the smaller bricks from the store should be 8 ounces. All right. You know what? That mulled wine is starting to smell really good. It's starting to smell like cherries, which is the Kirschwasser being in there. I'm thinking about pouring myself a glass while I'm fixing this, and I will let you know how it is. But let me grind this up first because I've already started, and also then I can wash my hands after and just go to that. You know, I did not expect for this stream that we'd get a bunch of people early on in the day and then they'd drop off over time. I thought we'd get like 1 or 2 people during the day and then everyone would show up at 6, which is when everyone said they, got off work and all that kind of stuff. So I am hoping that, I hope folks are out there, but I also hope folks are enjoying and that they just didn't get too tired out by my shenanigans. And all the loud noises. Alright, so that's now more small chunks than grated. Here, let me get rid of the ends of these onions. And then, but it's still, still in small pieces, which is the intent. And I think that it actually is a little bit better this way than grated. Because when it's grated, the flavor of the cheddar kind of disappears there. I should say I'm using sharp cheddar. If the cheddar flavor is too strong, go to a milder one. If it's not strong enough, go to a sharper one. Do what you like with this. I'm not your mom. All right. So I'm going to grab a glass for the mulled wine because my brain meds have worn off. And actually, I'm going to get this down for later, too. Okay. All right. So, here, let me bring this back over here. Brain meds have totally worn off. Where did I? Oh, there it is. Here. Set this aside for now. We will grab our big steaming pot of mulled wine. Over here. Always have the handle in so no one trips against it. And then I'm going to just sum up. Now, I will say one thing you can do with this, especially if you're having a party or just want it out all night, instead of tying up space on your stove, is if you have a fondue pot or chafing dish or something like that. Fondue pots actually make really good chafing dishes, especially for hot beverages. And they're usually designed with easy release plugs these days and stuff. So they work really well in a party situation. Also, they're a lot easier, or a lot cheaper than a lot of the a lot of the stuff that they say is designed for that. Fondue pot is perfect for that, and also you can make fondue in it. So if you ever do that, so cheers. very warm. I'm going to actually let this cool down a little bit. Now, when you serve this, you can serve it with a cinnamon stick in it. I think that's a little much. Um, and so yeah, I don't do that. Also, I think it's kind of a waste of a cinnamon stick, but it also looks really cool and adds a little more cinnamon flavor to it. The problem is if you drink it slowly over time, then more and more cinnamon will infuse into it, and over time it'll be too much. So you can put it, basically what probably would happen, especially if you're serving it at a party, is you put the cinnamon stick in there, and then people will be like, "Oh, that's great," and then they get poked in the nose with the cinnamon stick when they try and take a drink. So they pull it out and leave it somewhere and get wine all over something. So yeah, if you're doing it special for someone, then maybe set a cinnamon stick in there the first time. I think it just makes it harder to drink. But give it a try. See what you like. So see if this is cooled down a little bit. Oh, and Ska said wascally wabbits. Yes, they are very wascally out there. They are. So they are also very adorable. We saw them hopping around out there recently. I always thought they hibernated, but apparently not, because we saw them going through the snow when it snowed here. Um, but yeah, they're starting to realize that humans will not bother them. So while they do flee if you get too close, that distance has been getting shorter and shorter. And I have chased them out of my garden more than once when they were eating the wrong thing. But then, next time I turned around, they were back. So they are starting to realize that anything a human does is kind of an empty threat. At least this human. So. Hmm. I'm going to say what Scott says first. In winter, they change from dark colors to white. Actually, not around here. Not our local variety, and that's one of the things that made me laugh earlier. So, our local variety, when we moved in, we saw these, very skinny jackrabbit looking rabbits that are around, and then this one big fat orange rabbit that looked like somebody's pet that had escaped. I mean, it was all of the local rabbits were maybe this big, about that wide, and long-eared, and just looked like they were ready to flee from anything that came nearby. And then there was this big orange rabbit, and then in the spring there were a bunch of little brown and orange medium-sized rabbits that were somewhere in between the size. And all of the rabbits around here that we have seen since have had that distinctive brown and orange coloration. And they've varied in size quite a bit, but they've kept that coloration the entire time. So so there's that. Uh, so as for what the mulled wine tastes like, it tastes of sweet cherries. You don't get a lot of the astringency from the wine, and maybe that's just a case of the wine itself. I should probably have tasted it before I dumped it all in. That's what those last two sips were for, I guess. Um, so at this point, you don't taste a ton of the spices. You do taste the vanilla. You definitely taste vanilla in there, but you don't get a lot of the orange, the lemon, the cloves, the black pepper, and maybe that's just because I have not given it enough time to really infuse. Because the vanilla is all through that, and definitely the cherry from the Kirschwasser. The sugar gave a lot of sweetness, but you don't. And there's some. You get some of the brightness from the citrus in there, but not a ton from the cloves and black pepper and all that. So as you let this sit over the evening, more and more of that will infuse, and it will get spicier and spicier. I also, like I say, I probably might have added a few more cloves, a few more black peppercorns. I think that's probably the right amount of cinnamon, but also because I have them on that bag, they are not infusing as much as they normally would, so it's going to take a little longer, and I just dropped my ladle in there. Um, and, well, I'm going to drink this all anyway. So, well, unless, no, I don't think Dad can have any. But unless someone wants to stop by, if Tanya, oh, she's already left for the evening, but maybe I'll bring a bottle of it to her at the trivia night. But like I say, there's enough alcohol in there that, and I just washed my hands, so I think we're in good shape. Don't tell her I did that. Uh, Anyway, so yeah, it's like I say, it could probably use a touch more time to infuse. This is another one of those drinks that by the end of the evening, enough of the water that's in there will have boiled off, and enough of the spices will infuse that you get this almost rich, syrupy drink that is kind of amazing. It's just, I really like it. Sort of like when I made the spiced apple cider. So anyway, it is lovely. It should probably cool down a little bit more before I drink any more. So I'm going to get back down to the vegetable dip for the night. So I have turned off the heat, but I'm going to put it back on the stove and just let it infuse. All right, so let me get rid of. I spilled, of course, a bunch of wine while I was ladling it out there because that's how I do. And all right, so got our cheddar. We now add a half cup of mayonnaise and a half cup of sour cream. So that's where we pull out the plunger, which I use for this sort of thing, and it is very handy for that. I highly recommend it. And here's where I put the sour cream, and here's where I put the mayo. I use light mayonnaise for this because that's what we keep in the house because who needs the calories? But use whatever mayo you have on hand. Alright, and we move that to a half a cup. And I'm going to... I do think it's cool that the rabbits change color where you are, Ska, up in the frozen north there. Didn't mean to negate what you said. Just the ones around here are they're special flowers. We like seeing them out there, and especially when they're eating the weeds out of my lawn. That is the best. And I honestly don't mind some things they eat out of the garden. There's some things it's like I got 2 really good pieces of asparagus this year, and now the rabbits are eating them. I must stop them. That kind of thing. But other than that, they kind of take what they want. All right, so that is that is a half cup of mayo I'm putting in there. Now I should. And I'm going to get a spoon to get the sour cream out of there. So I think I'm going to have to stir that up. And I just realized I need to wash the special spatula that goes with the Cuisinart here. And our soap dispenser is a little on the busted side. It works eventually, but all right. Okay, so that's that. Actually, I can use this for the sour cream, if it'll fit in there. And I'm just using regular, everyday sour cream. Nothing fancy. Alright, so there's out to half a cup again. And almost knocked my wine over with the mayonnaise, because that is, again, how I roll. See if I can fit that in there. There we go. Unfortunately, there's some air bubble down there I'm trying to get out. And I will top this off again. Alright, and that is half cup. Alright. That is in. A big clump. Alright. Set that aside for now. So, next ingredient is a little weird. It is a 1/4 teaspoon of Italian dressing mix. And I need to find a 1/4 teaspoon somewhere, which is something I'm going to have to wash. I have planned today out to the letter. Alright, I really feel sorry for whoever has to clean up this kitchen. Alright, so this, I'm just going to use a paper towel again. May Gaia forgive me. And then I'm just going to wrap the dirty bits around here. So, here's the thing about the Italian dressing mix. It comes in these little envelopes. You get them at the grocery store. I have no idea how good a dressing they make. This was Good Season Zesty Italian, and I have had this packet of this stuff for, I want to say, 8 to 10 years now, because you don't use very much of it at all. You use a 1/4 teaspoon, or yeah, 1/4 teaspoon of it, and there is a lot more than that in there, and it never goes bad. So as long as it doesn't just kind of fuse into a brick, which one is starting to do a little bit. I think they've got a little moisture in there, but still fine. This will probably last me to the end of my days making this stuff. And it's just dump in a 1/4 teaspoon, and it's fine. You can add a little more if you want, but you can replace it a little more than I do. I should probably actually get a new one of these, but you know, I make it once a year. Those are cheap. I should probably get a new one. All right, so now to our not at all bunny chewed green onions, which actually I'm going to switch knives here. Use a good knife for this. I cut the bunny chewed bits off. There we go. And here. That was a little bunny chewed. These two. And alright, I scoop those up. And down the garbage disposal. Alright, so I'll chop these up. And they're going to get chewed up in the Cuisinart, so I don't have to be too fine about it, but, you know, it helps. I'm going to use the whole thing that I can, and again, you should probably use a little bit more. You should use 2 full things of green onions. And here's a little bit of paste that I missed. But this is what we got because I didn't remember this morning. So. And, nope. Alright, and wash off the 1/2 teaspoon as well. And just a 1/2 teaspoon of vinegar. I'm using rice wine vinegar. Any other kind of vinegar would work. extra wine vinegar. This just happens to be what I have handy. I use it all the time. Good stuff. There we go. And then salt to taste. I'm just going to put a pinch of salt in there. If it needs more, I will add more. Again, got salt cellar here. Literally just a pinch of salt. So, you may notice that this is mostly cheese. You would not be wrong in thinking that. That is what this is. Mostly cheese, some stuff to make it liquid, and a few green onions, really just for color. I'm going to turn this on now. I'm going to kind of break up the mass that's formed there. I honestly did not remember it requiring quite this much cheese, but that's what the recipe I have says, so maybe grated would have been the way to go, because apparently you don't have to worry about it disappearing. Alright, so that is it. Like I say, you probably want to have, you want to use the folded green onions. You'll get a little more green flecks in there and all that. Right now this is looking pretty orange, but let me grab some celery and let you know how it is. Alright, wash this off. All right. Just cut some celery sticks. I'm just gonna scoop a little out with the spatula. She let me scrape the walls here and do it one more, give it one more pulse, and then we will give it a taste. I want to make sure it's well combined. Which it looks pretty good, but this is in no way health food. I'm not going to even pretend. The green onions do not fix that. Yeah, even I'm not going to pretend this time. Alright, so I'm just going to scoop a little bit of this out, put it on my freshly washed celery, and so as you can see, this is chunky. This is solid. It is, you can put a lump of it on your plate and then dip your vegetables into it. It's not going to run all over everything else. It's just going to stay there. And I think it is fantastic in celery. It's good in, on any vegetable, really. I really like it. But let me give you a taste. It is really creamy. And it doesn't taste over, despite the fact that there's 8 full ounces of cheese in there, it doesn't taste over much like sharp cheddar. You do get a little bit of the cheddar flavor, more than a bit of the cheddar flavor in there, but it is not overwhelming. It actually mostly shows up kind of on the aftertaste. You get the tang from the vinegar and the Italian dressing mix. Let's see. Also for the sour cream too, I would say. But yeah, the overwhelming sensation here is one of just a nice, creamy, cheesy dip with a little bit of texture to it. Unlike a lot of, like I say, a lot of dips are just kind of there. They don't have much texture unless you run across a piece of onion or something. This is solid and just nice. I like it. So Again, I grew up with it, so your mileage may vary. Hmm. I suppose technically I'm supposed to see how it goes with the drink. So let me actually have some. Actually, let me put the sour cream and the mayonnaise away. Oh, and I was supposed to get this out earlier. Oh well. All right. So what I just realized is that I did not get out the coconut cream I'm going to need for the next drink early enough. So I'm going to show you a quick trick for how to salvage that. So coconut cream comes in a lot of different forms. I always buy it in these nice squeeze bottles, but I store it in the fridge. I think you're supposed to, and then you shake it well and all that. But if you keep it in the fridge, it basically solidifies, and so you have to wait for it to thaw. Lori, by the way, says you can for the vegetable dip. You can eat it as a meal since there are vegetables and it is therefore it's good for you. Well, there's a lot of cheese and a lot of dairy and stuff. So I apologize to anyone who's lactose intolerant for that one. But anyway, so buy this, store it in the freezer or fridge rather, and it solidifies up. And so what I'm gonna do is just pour a big plastic cup full of hot water and leave it in the sink, and then just plunk this down in there, and it will heat things up because water is a much better method of heat transfer than the air is, and therefore it'll warm up faster, turn liquid faster, and it should be ready in time for the next drink. Right, so I will put this in a dish after we're done with the show. At this point, I think folks are, I don't know if everyone else is tiring out, but I think we'll just get to the end and then I'll finish putting things away and call it good. I do, however, I think the mulled wine, which is now cooled down a bit. Here, let's give it a try. Yes, it's cooling down. And I think some of the spicier flavors are starting to come out now that I'm not just sipping tiny little bits. But again, I think letting it sit there and simmer for a little while is the right way to go. I do, however, have to get out some of those cookies we made earlier and tell you how it goes with the mulled wine. I think the answer is going to be excellent. So here we go. First, well, let's start with the noodle cluster because it's small. Here we go. I don't know if you can see me working on that one. It is crunchy, very crunchy. You get the salted peanuts with the chocolate, which is always great taste together. The noodles don't provide much flavor, but they give a lot of texture to it. So it's not just I eat one and then I just keep eating them because they just vanish in a second. It's something you actually have to chew on for a minute. And by the way, Lori does say she was kidding about having the dip as a meal. Let's see. Let me get one of the really small ones of these because. All right. So, chocolate dip horseshoe cookie. And of course, as tradition, you eat one of the chocolate ends first, and you eat your way around and eat the other chocolate end. So, right now, they are fairly crispy. They still have a bit of chew to them. So unlike a lot of meringues that set up or keep that light, airy, but kind of chewy texture, these collapse on themselves, and which is fine. They're still crispy because they've been kept in the refrigerator, which keeps them nice and dry. They will absorb water and get a little soggier, a little softer. But right now, these are just really nice. Lots of almond flavor. Perfect to hide your arsenic. Um, hmm, yeah. Even just holding it, it's actually warmed up a bit and made it a little more chewy, a little softer. Um, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of a one note flavor. It's just almond until you get to the chocolate, then it's chocolate and almond. But it is a lovely. First of all, it's a visually appealing cookie. It is it. I love the taste of it. These are one of my favorites. I make them every year, um, and they're also one of the first to vanish. So when I set out a plate of cookies, so I do recommend them. If you need the recipe, I can absolutely just send me a message in Discord or wherever I happen to be on social media, and I will send you the recipe. So, mm, mm, mm. I should be having these with my mulled wine. Mm. Still amazed with how much cherry vanilla there is in this. Mm. And yeah, it's amazing because cherries, vanilla, almonds, chocolate, all goes well together. Mulled wine goes great with any plate of cookies, specifically ones that have nuts or chocolate in them. It'll go even better, but it has enough sweetness to stand up to the sweetness of the cookies. So now that might be too much sweetness for some folks, but it's in my mind it's really good. Um, mm, so there we are. Okay. Mm. I'd say last drink, but it's actually second to last because we have the bonus drink. Putting these back. And I'm going to put some hot water on for the hot buttered rum. And, right, so. So the last drink. Alright. This is the Tiki rum. And, which, if you understand that cadence, you know that it is a Disney reference to the Tiki Room, which is located in Disneyland. Great attraction. They have a song that part of the course goes in the Tiki Room. And this is the same thing except just rum on the end. This drink was invented at the Trader Sam's bar at the Disneyland Hotel. I don't know who invented it. Honestly, I don't know how I got the recipe. I think so. For a while, they did a series of bartender videos and talking about some of the different drinks of the Disneyland Resort. Um, and this might have been for that, or someone might have just gotten the recipe and put it out there. Either way, it is a excellent drink, and I'm glad I have the recipe. The reason I'm doing it on the holiday show is because I think I mentioned in one of our earlier streams that when I first started taking over the duties as the main cook and organizer of holiday stuff with my family, my mom didn't. I mean, she was the one who asked me to do it, but it still kind of rankled, just because that's how things are on that side of the family. So to keep her pacified, I would make various cocktails for her. The first year I made a giant scorpion bowl, which was one of her favorite cocktails, with a big gardenia in the center, and got her completely blotto, but she got wise to my ways. So I discovered other drinks that I would bring and ply her with. This was one of her favorites. This is one that they actually asked me for the recipe for, and I gave it to her and my dad would make these for her. I do it a little bit differently than they do in the Tiki Room, or sorry, in Trader Sam's. But I'll show you how I make it and explain how they make it. Also, again, this is not violating my rule against tiki drinks, despite the name. It is a Disney drink, and that's my stand on it. So, cheers. Hmm. All right. Let me see if this coconut cream has warmed up enough. Yeah, it's moving around okay. It's still a little on the cool side, but let me add a little more hot water here, and I'll see if I can warm it up a little more before I get it going completely. All right. So what we're gonna do is we need a shaker, some Bacardi Gold rum, and this measure. Let's see, can you see at all what I'm doing, or is it just a blurred mess here? Right there, I need to clean up this kitchen, but like I say, I can do that now, or I can do it after the stream is over. It depends on how well you all in the chat can see. So, let me know how this looks, if it makes any sense, because I've got a very tiny window there that shows me what I'm doing. All right. All right. Well, the water's starting to boil. All right. Let me go switch to the recipe for it so you can see what I'm talking about there. So we're going to start with 1.5 ounces of pineapple juice. If you don't have any other kind of pineapple juice, I recommend getting some of these tiny cans of Dole pineapple juice. Keep them on hand. It's not the best pineapple juice in the world, but it is certainly not the worst, and it works fine in cocktails, and it lasts forever. Just keep those sitting in a corner of your fridge until you need one, and use that. I'm not going to shame anyone for their pineapple juice choices here. So we're adding 1.5 ounces of that to the shaker. We're going to add 1 ounce of orange juice. Again, I'm just using Minute Maid out of the carton. I could cut that orange in half and squeeze it out, but I think I've already taken up enough of your time, and this works fine. And it may or may not have like vitamin D in it. No, this one doesn't have that, but it's fine. It will work fine for this. I'm not going to be very uptight about my ingredients, and if you have it, use it. That would be great. If you don't want to use it, or if you don't have it, don't worry about it. It's fine. All right. So last we have 1/2 ounce of the coconut cream. Well, not last, but last of the non-alcoholic stuff. And I'm going to use my pinky, because I'm the one drinking this, to scrape the last little bits. Actually, it's flowing out pretty well today, but... And then I'll wash my hand, and then we get the 1.5 ounces of gold rum. As long as I'm over here, do this. 1.5 ounces gold rum. And this is just regular proof. This is not 151 or anything. And you can use, again, well, I wouldn't use a dark rum, but you can use either silver or gold for this. Or if you're a rum aficionado, you know that those terms are meaningless. They just have to do with the age of the drink, and, you know, quite frankly, Bacardi doesn't roll that way, so it's what I had on hand, so that's what we're using. So we are now going to add ice to this. And then we shake the bejesus out of it, which is not very holiday appropriate, but is a technical term of art. We really want to incorporate that the coconut cream here. Okay. Now at Disneyland, or at the Disneyland Hotel, they put it over a pile of crushed, almost shaved ice. I just have it straight because I think it's better that way. And the nice thing about that coconut cream in there is that it gives a nice head, even as you see all of the ice crystals in there. And the last thing we're going to do is take a little bit of cinnamon and a little bit of nutmeg, grate that over the top. Where's my grater here? Oh, here it is. Here's my spice grater. Cue the nerds with Spice Must Flow jokes, if you'd like. Alright, this is just a little chunk of cinnamon that's left over from one of the stiffer types of cinnamon. And I'm just, don't need too terribly much, just enough to give it that scent. And then a little bit of nutmeg over the top to make it festive. And honestly, the creaminess from the coconut and the nutmeg on top do make it kind of a Christmassy drink. It feels a little bit like Christmas in Hawaii, if we had ever been able to do that. But you know, kind of that's the vibe, which is probably very colonialist and all of that. But that's what I get from it. I like to imagine that I've gone there and had a nice time on the beach at the holidays. So, cheers to you. So the first thing that happens is you get the scent of that cinnamon and nutmeg as you're drinking it. And it just primes you for what's coming next. That creamy coconut mouthfeel, the fruit juices, the rum just disappears into it, to be honest. It just tastes like a really good blend of fruit juices and coconut, and then the cinnamon and the nutmeg just add on top of it. It is, in my mind, if you were to take what I think most people think of as tiki style or tropical drink, this is pretty much the platonic ideal of it. It is complicated while still being approachable. It's got a lot of nice flavors. It's refreshing. It is, it's not overwhelmingly alcoholic, but there's still, there's an ounce and a half of rum in here, so it's not nothing. So yeah, I think it is a lovely drink. I'd recommend it. It is, I think it fits perfectly in at the holidays. And that's it. That's the drink. And I think it also would go perfectly well with snacks, even the vegetable dip. Let me try the vegetable dip. I think maybe having it with the cookies might be, I think you could do it. I don't think it would go as well as, say, the mulled wine did. But this is more something you'd have with like a teriyaki or other other food like that. It would actually it's more of a nibbles and appetizers type of drink in my mind. But have it with whatever you like. So here's the vegetable dip. Still really good. And again, unlike most dips, it's been sitting out for a few minutes. It has not gotten soggy or more runny or anything like that. Mm. Mm. Yep, they do not clash in any way. They do not. I don't want to say they necessarily complement each other in any way, but they're perfectly fine together. It is a cocktail that goes really well with food, and it's really easy to drink. I may well finish that before we get to the last one. I turned the heat back on and I turned the kettle down just so it wouldn't boil while I was talking. Put these away quickly so I have room to make the last one. All right. So, and again, before we hit this last drink, the bonus drink, I would like to thank everyone who has been here, who has donated. I'm going to double check, but I don't think we made it. I don't think we've had any more donations, to be honest. If you can afford to donate, I would really appreciate. Oh, we have had another one. Thank you very much. I don't know if they want to keep. They didn't let me know that they donated, so I'm not going to say their name. But I will thank them offline. We did not quite make. We are $25 short of another bonus cocktail. I don't know if that's an incentive or not at this point. If you want, I can add it on to the next episode. But thank you, everyone who's donated. I really appreciate it. I'm sure Lyra really appreciates it. It has been a heck of a ride. Thank you all for being with me all this time. I know Scott, Vespers, you've been with me the entire ride, and I cannot appreciate you more. You have been amazing. Thank you. This to you. You are amazing folks, and I cannot appreciate you more. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. I think this had Kirschwasser in it, so I'm gonna wash it out a little bit. So, hot buttered rum. This is our last drink. Unless someone donates $25 and wants me to do the cocktail tonight as opposed to tacking it on to the next episode. And Ska and Vespers both say cheers back, so thank you. I really appreciate it. Alright, so another glass. Another evening, another show. Alright, is that a line from a musical theater thing? I'm not that good enough at gay for that. Alright. I'm fine at being gay, I'm just not the musical theater type. So what we're going to do is we're going to add those 2 teaspoons of brown sugar that we saved from earlier. Yay, we had brown sugar for it. So we're going to add that. Before I start, I'm going to get the butter out. And I should explain what the heck I'm doing. Alright, so, hot buttered rum. Ancient drink. It goes back to, at the very least, the 1800s. And I'm talking louder now. I'm sorry if I'm just bellowing at this point. It goes back to the 1800s at the very least, probably 1700s, maybe before that. I did not have time to do a full-on deep dive into hot buttered rum this time. I can revisit this later if people are interested in the history. But so nowadays, people tend to think of hot buttered rum as something that you make a batter for, and or just basically a spiced butter to go in and all that. And that was all Trader Vic's contribution in the 40s. Before that, it was more like what I'm about to make. I'm going to just make the good old-fashioned 1800s version. And this is a recipe I myself cobbled together from a bunch of different recipes, which I need a different rum for, which I forgot to get out. I will be right back. And by the way, if you would like to donate after the show so that I don't take up more of your time, that is a perfectly valid response. But yes, again, anything that you donate to Lyra, I really appreciate. And I will thank you very much for over and over again. So, alright. So, first thing we're going to do is we're going to add, where did I put the, here's the measuring cup. We're going to add a half cup of boiling water to that. And, excuse me, you may be thinking, that's a lot of boiling hot water. And you're not wrong, but it's also going to cool down quite a bit as soon as it hits the glass. And we're going to add some things to it so that it will not be scalding hot when we drink it. So, basically what we've got in there right now is the brown sugar and the boiling water. I'm going to stir that around to dissolve the brown sugar. Now we are going to add 1.5 ounces of good dark rum. This is a place where the quality of the rum definitely shines. I have made this with Bacardi's dark rum, and I made it with this, which is the good Old Lahaina rum, and you can tell the difference because this is a fair amount of rum to everything else ratio. You see how that just turns it pitch black. Well, alright, dark brown, like the color of a good stout. You do not get that with the Bacardi Dark, I can guarantee you that. So, and the last thing we do is we add 1 teaspoon, not tablespoon, 1 teaspoon of butter, so 1/3 of a tablespoon. So basically, about that much. And we just plop that in there. All right, maybe a little bit more than that, but I think that's here. Just 1 shaving more. So, in all the recipes that I surveyed to make this drink, they talk about adding a pat of butter. And from what I can tell, when this drink was invented, that was a legitimate measurement of something, and it roughly corresponds to 1 teaspoon of butter. And again, I'm eyeballing it because I'm not going to measure it out. By the time I measured it out, this would have all cooled off and butter wouldn't have melted. But so you want your butter to melt in, and you want to stir it in until it's basically, and you will get basically little oil particles along the top once it finishes settling out. You want to sprinkle or shave some nutmeg over the top. Did I put my nutmeg grater away? Of course I did, because I'm that clever. And this is the drink. This is it. You can now, a lot of them add other spices to this. Apparently in some of the original recipes, this was called, this was basically hot rum would have been without the butter to it, but usually when they made hot rum, they then add spices, and it would be hot spiced rum, and then they can also do hot buttered rum, which is the same thing, but with butter in it. And that's kind of what this is. I think it would also be really good with some cloves in it, but I've never tried it that way. Let me tell you how it is, though. Azure Dragon, hi! Welcome back! No, you don't want to use a flavored rum, you just want to use a good dark rum. So this is Old Lahaina rum. It is one of my favorites. It is from, you can only get it in Hawaii. So whenever I see someone going out there, I have them bring me a bottle back. Any sort of Pacific style rum would work. I mean, just about any dark rum would probably work, but they're going to each give you different flavors. If you have a dark rum you like, just use that, see how it is. Just about all of them should work. It just enhances the flavors. The brown sugar gives extra molasses flavor to it, in my experience. This rum has a lot of molasses flavor to it as well. But let me tell you. Here. So The butter there gives a nice. Well, the first thing that hits you is the nose from the nutmeg. It is, it is all the good sense that comes from it. I think you would get the same thing if you added some more cloves to it, or some cloves to it. It would be a nice clove scent to it. Um, but you hit that butter and it just tastes creamy, and it adds a sort of salty, creamy flavor to it. And actually, that's one thing I did not add this time, which I have added in the past, is a little bit of salt to it. Just like a few grains brings out a lot more flavor. I'm using salted butter here right now, so that does have a little bit of salt to it, but I think a couple more grains would probably bring out even more flavors. Um, mm. And yeah, you get a lot of that molasses from the rum. You get a lot of it from, I am sure some of it comes from the brown sugar too. Um, but it brings out all of the sort of the deep flavors of the rum without any of the alcohol, without any of the sort of harsher notes. And this does not have a lot of harsh notes to begin with, but it's just, I mean, it doesn't taste like it tastes a little bit like a butter rum candy, but it's more complex, more interesting, and it just that warmth goes right into you. This is one of my favorite cold weather drinks, and I really like it. The Going back to Trader Vic's, I remembered something that was said about that. Apparently, the reason why Trader Vic's made that batter and used more of it than normally you would with the butter and all that is A, because he could then use it in other drinks and he only had to make one batter for it, but also because apparently he liked the way that the butter looked when clumps of it would stick to the gentleman's mustaches. And I don't read that how you will. He thought it looked like they were enjoying a good drink. I personally, I like this version of it. I'm actually going to add a pinch of salt and maybe a few cloves to see how that changes things around. Um, and we'll let you know because, like I say, normally I do add and literally just a few grains. You can't, about like that in there, and I'll stir it around a little bit, let that dissolve. It takes this has and this. You notice how with the mulled wine when I poured it out, I had to let it cool for quite a while before really being able to drink it. With this, adding the room temperature rum, and the cold butter on top really cools it down, so you can just drink it right away. And it's still warm, but it's just at that right perfect temperature for a cup of coffee, at least for me, kind of temperature. So with the salt in it. And I think that does add something. I think that adds, it tastes a little bit more like butterscotch now. It really brings out those notes. It brings out more of the flavors. It already had a ton of flavor. I think this makes it taste, honestly, a little less watered down. Um, that if Because it adds, this is gonna sound silly, but it adds texture to the water. It adds flavor to the water that we added, in addition to all the other flavors we poured in. Of course, I don't know how to best describe that, but I do think it's aided by the addition of a few grains of salt. Now, I'm going to add a little bit of ground clove to that, if I can find it quickly, and let you know how that is. So, that is ground cinnamon. Actually, is it over here? I do not want to add mace or pepper or thyme. Please tell me I have ground. Here we go, ground cloves. All right, I'm just going to try and tap a little bit of that into. Let me switch hands here. I'll tap it into the lid and then put it in the glass so I don't add too much. There we go. That's just a little bit, about as much as the nutmeg I grated in there. All right, and then I'm actually going to stir that in so it gets a chance to mix in the flavors. I could probably have added a little bit more than that, but all right, I'll put that away later. because I cannot find a spot for it in the heat of the moment. All right, so stir this in. Okay. I'm not getting a ton of clove scent. Maybe that's because it's cooled down now. I do actually get it once it gets a little closer to my nose. Oddly, I think that kind of brings out more of the alcohol flavors. Um, and I'm a huge fan of clove flavor. I really am. But I think I prefer it the original way with just the nutmeg, but definitely add just a few grains of salt. Um, and like I say, this is the size cup I have, or size sort of cute mug that I have. So that's how big I made it. You can scale it up or down as you want, but I think this is a good size drink. It's like I say, there's an ounce and a half of your good rum in there. You don't it will sneak up on you over time, but as it is, it's just a good winter warmer. And it's still, it's the right temperature to drink as soon as you're done. It's keeps its warmth if you have it in a good mug, and it's just nice. So, the real Balti, if you're out there, if you see this, I hope that was what you wanted when you donated. I also just appreciate you doing good by donating, and everyone who's donated, I really appreciate it. And everyone who's been with me all day, or even part of the day, or at all, I do appreciate you. I hope you have only the best of holidays. Oh, I suppose I should actually check to see if we got in the last few minutes any more donations, um, just to see, and then I should probably see if I can. Nope, no more donations. People are sick of me now. Let's see. I can rate us out to. Well, there's a DJ there, not a trans DJ or just someone who plays music. If you want, otherwise, I will just call it here and say thank you all for a wonderful day, for raising money for a good cause. I really appreciate it. Ska says, congrats on a great marathon episode. Merry wishes. Thank you very much. I kind of feel like I kind of exploded at the end, but I appreciate you saying kind things. And I really do hope you all have the best possible holidays you can have. I know holidays are not great for many folks, especially queer folks out there. But just remember, your family is who you make it, not who gave you blood or anything like that. Find people who love you and make them your family. Um, I wish all of my family out there, by blood or not, the best of holidays. Thank you all, and I will be back in 2 weeks with a I guess a sort of pre-New Year's show, and I will try and find New Year's themed stuff, and we will see what awaits us in the new year. Uh, Azure Dragon said, "You made it. I'm as shocked as anyone." And Winter Vesper says, "Sleep well. Thank you so much for the lovely day. Warm wishes of the season to everyone, and to you as well, Winter Vespers. Thank you and Ska for being here for the full ride. I am amazed that you were here, and so grateful. And like I say, to everyone, even if you just stop by for a minute, I appreciate you all. Thank you. I am going to go get some dinner, maybe, because I've sort of been drinking all this on an empty stomach, which is why, for a change, I did not finish all the drinks before going on to the next one. Um, but thank you all. I appreciate you. Have lovely holidays. So, cheers. Here, actually, drink some of it. Cheers. Mm. Also, to us. Hmm. All right, take care. Sleep well, everyone. And if you're not sick of me, I'll see you in 2 weeks. There's the outro.